why didn't you do it yesterday, Kristen, after we discussed it? Why didn't you do that? I guess I just want to understand why. You just literally just got back and just let us keep it again, and I just think that I just lost a lot of respect for you. You never had any to begin with. Well, I just never had a care. I don't care. That's not that I didn't have it. Right, I care about you. Right. So it's not that hold on. Can I jump in? You want to get in the middle? Is that what I'm hearing, Mojo? No, I don't want to hear a male's voice right now. Ladies, continue.
Listen, I don't think that white on white learning toss you. Listen, if you guys can't fucking do this without interrupting, go to chillism. Go hang out with people that make comments supporting the violence against women. Look, can we just move on? Why are the white women fighting with each other? I mean, stop. No, seriously, did somebody schedule their Tupperware party on the same day? What was the grievance that white women could possibly be fighting over today?
You're killing all of our buzzes. These are the hottest women on the app, and they're getting a little spicy. Let them, not them.
Stop. Okay, so what I'd like to know, Mojo, moving forward, if Brad goes scorched earth on a Girl Scout girl, figuratively speaking, I would love, my recommendation in the room that I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the replay was that there be an informal mod chat somewhere. I know you don't like going off the app, and I can't figure out how to create a group back channel, but I think that would have gone a long way to helping prevent what happened.
Listen, you know what else prevents things? Just referring to the rules. I'll read them to you.
100%.
So if we were to take a look at the rules for the House, rule number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Here's an important one. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the MK words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, don't spam chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. Number 10, English only. And number 11, which was added yesterday, keep families out of your mouth. Those are the 11 rules of the House. I think if we would have just simply invoked the violations that were happening, there's probably a need for additional rules, but we'll wait until these situations arise. But I think those 11 rules will keep the temperature down in most cases.
I thought the 11th rule was to let Hakima speak. I have to change my PTR now. They just made it this morning.
To those rules and what happened yesterday, is there an assumption? Because I think that's where there was some ambiguity. If you are not here, you empower the other mods to maintain and enact set rules when someone is having a severe toxic meltdown, as was the case yesterday, or is that not the case? Do you have to be here for that to happen? Yeah, so the rules should guide the room, and anyone that has a mod badge, if you're confused about what to do, just refer to the rules. And the unwritten rule is that mods do have discretion. I probably need to be more careful on who's mod in the rooms. For example, right now we have conflict between mods. This is not the desired state of a room. You want to make sure that even if there's differing opinions, that they have respect for each other, or at least show it within the confines of the rules. And we haven't said no personal attacks. That's not a rule. But I'm noodling on the language of if there is going to be personal attacks, I want it to be mutually determined that both parties involved wish to engage in that, because otherwise it's just being a bully. And that's what I don't want to see. But if two people want to go off on each other and they can keep families out of it, not say certain words, I think that's very good. So when I don't follow that, screw that.
You're joking.
No, fuck, I'm in tears.
You're a huge bully. You're a huge bully.
Examples don't scroll. I'm just trying to.
Me? You bullied me for weeks. That's what you do. You bully everybody.
I challenge your ideas, and your ideas are hard to defend until you feel bullied.
Oh, Mojo. He just came into the room. The dumbest person on the app. Oh, look, Mojo. Low IQ Mojo just came into the room. Oh, look, yeah. You don't like my views. Oh, Mojo is a terrorist sympathizer. Oh, Mojo, come on. You're a bully.
Please don't. I don't even know what you're saying. I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
I mean, just replay any of the times I've been on this stage in the past several weeks. I mean, you've been really good for the past 3 days, I'll say that. You're different. You're different. You're not the same. You're a new man.
None of us are the same as we were yesterday.
I'm down with it. I'm down with it.
Are you flirting with Mojo?
I am flirting with the potentiality, the principal potentiality of him possibly adhering to this wonderful principle that he just laid out. And yeah, I think
what she said is she's attracted to my masculinity, but she doesn't like that we disagree.
No, I love to disagree, trust me.
Hold on, Viva. Let him have that. So, I really do admire Mojo's desire to come between two women. That was pretty remarkable.
Well, why between them? No one else.
Oh, that was an unfortunate phrase. I appreciate that. And I mean, seriously, so,
Matt Cool said something interesting in the chat. He says, if I had done what Brad did, I would have been tossed like that. Do we think this is true? Yes. There's the monster know what to do with him, and he should have been.
Not bending over backwards, trying to calm him down.
She's not that flexible.
I left because I'm choosing. That's unkind. I don't like myself. You did a great job. I was so uncomfortable. I just knew it wasn't going to end well. I was like, I'm out. Bye. You're good. Mistakes were made. Just before everybody to clarify. Yeah, that was supposed to be yesterday. We talked about books and where the mistakes happened and like adhering to all the rules better. Like, for example, if you bring somebody back on, it doesn't work to have another on bring that person back up around your consent everybody. That made me ignorant.
I think we're getting too into the details. I think
No. The reason why I'm saying that only is because there's been some people asking, well, what this what
here's the broad stroke of what happened, okay?
Yes.
The male mod, this is true. So let me finish. The male mod left and chaos ensued. I probably need to do a mod seminar where I can teach the women what I know about moderation. It's crazy for me to have expected that the women of this room would have been able to mod on their own. And so I apologize for leaving. I apologize for not training you all properly, but I will commit to training the moderators.
It's not that we're incapable of moderating spaces we create. It's that when you're moderating a space in the house and you don't own, you're always focused on what would Mojo do. And
How about this? What about acknowledging that even Mojo makes mistakes and then just dedicate yourself to trying to do the right thing? Your position is wrong-headed. We could talk about that, but if you could justify, I believe that
this was the right thing to do. I took this course of action. I'm the moderator. I think we can live with that. And then we can challenge the law. I would argue understanding of what is right and wrong.
That's what I did yesterday. The only regret I have is I was unable to speak so that people can understand the motivations behind my actions. I had like 30-minute delay before I could explain what was happening.
Okay, so here's what would have happened differently if I was there. And again, I don't want to rewrite history, but like, here's what I suspect. If I were there, if Shirley would have interrupted Brad, I would have either said, Shirley, let Brad finish, or if I hadn't got to that point and Brad started going that sort of thing, my guess is that he would have listened to me, and then we could have just established the order. Let's let Brad finish, then we'll go to Shirley. And I think what happens is when we have, sometimes we create this space because we want it. Sometimes we create this space of being like, oh, let's see where this goes. Oh, Brad's getting fired up. Shirley's catching strays. This is different. This is exciting. I'm getting my dopamine. Let me just sit back. And I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty of this. The question is, what is too far? And it would be boring if we stopped every escalation before it really gets a chance to mature. But we have to be honest with ourselves. We come here to see some conflict. I just think we need better rules of engagement so when we have conflict, people are told that they're not told that they're going to get raped and drown in a body of water. I think there's certain things we should be able to agree upon that are too far.
No, I agree. Like, and I think that, like, people that just go, I don't even know why there even needs to be rules. Like, because people should just, well, I guess at Clubhouse we need rules. But Brad has said these kind of things to a lot of women on the app. I mean, he's even gone as far as saying he was going to bend Isaiah over and shove a crucifix up his ass. So, like, I mean, a dude that you're saying that to, which, and not a woman. To me, I still think that that's a little too far, right? Because he said he was going to essentially rape Isaiah and then shove a crucifix of all things up his ass. I'm serious.
Y'all stop acting like girls.
Are you ready for a topic?
I mean, yeah, I can.
I love feminist relation too. Sometimes I love it best silent.
This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Number 25, Section 1, in case of the removal of the president from office or of his death or resignation.
Something that was agreed upon, like what the example he just gave, assaulting a woman, anyone, and implying that you're going to end their life. Yeah, I think that's too far. I think that's zero tolerance. That's not, you're a bit retard. No, that is the stuff that documentaries and true crimes, that's how it starts. It's not exactly how it starts.
What was I about to say? You know what? I'm sorry.
How awesome.
I was about to say, so John Kitover, I just spoke with Lou Fax, and I'm going to give him a call here in a moment, and just want to check your availability because he wants to do an interview on, I don't know if he's going to do it on Twitter or on here, but he wants to interview the candidate. So I'm going to speak to him and get it scheduled. So just let me know your availability.
I will make myself available at any time.
to have that incredible opportunity.
Yeah, and I don't know if you want to talk at the back channel or if you want to talk right here about issues that I think that his listeners might care about. Things that are consistent with your vibe.
Yeah, we can talk about anything here. I'm open to having all conversations in the public.
Yeah, so I would think that occupational licensing fees would really like reducing and eliminating occupational licensing fees, like for example, fees for people that want to like twist braids or cut hair or cut nails, things like that. I think that would be helpful to his community. I also think civil asset forfeiture, the act of the police taking property from somebody before they're convicted of a crime, I think that's a problem. I think those are the kind of things that if you were to tap into and discuss how not only are these horrible policies, but they disproportionately impact certain segments of the population.
Yeah. I mean, in Illinois, we have the Illinois Department of Financial Professional Regulations, where if you're a realtor or a hairstylist, you have to get these ridiculous, you have to pass tests, you have to pay all this annual licensing fees just to perform this service. And in terms of, civil asset forfeiture, I mean, if you're driving to a casino and you've got, $10,000, $20,000 in your car and you get pulled over and the police take that money from you and claim that you're involved in some kind of drug, scheme, and then you have to get a lawyer and go to court to get your money back. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous what the police can do.
I've been there, done that, and it's actually less than that. I was driving home from Reno once, and I had money in an envelope, and I was getting tired, and I was speeding coming out of the mountain, coming out of Reno, and I was pulled over, and they had all the right in the world to give me a ticket, no problem. But then when they asked what was in the envelope, I told them that I had some success at the casino in Reno. They told me to step out of the car. They took the envelope. I had to hire a lawyer. I was able to get my assets back, but I was not able to recover the money that I had to spend or the time that I had to spend to fight to get my money back.
Yeah, and it can take a long time. They can take a year to jack around. When my inverter went out, the only time I got broke down when I was 20 miles from home in the two-lane parking lot. I mean, I had to do something where I could even nab a tone.
Yeah, when I moved to California, Los Angeles from Illinois, Chicago, I drove there and I had some cash in my car and I got pulled over before I got out of the state of Illinois for speeding, and they stripped my car down. I couldn't believe how hard they were looking, and they couldn't find it, and it was, a big victory to leave that asset forfeiture seizure, operation that they were doing. They could not find the cash in the car.
So, Anne, Kristen, are you guys okay?
You're so stupid.
I'll take that as a yes.
I just can't wait for the next time we're at this here. I'm just gonna be like, alright, Kristen, here's the moment to shine. And then when she does it, then I'll say, good job, Kristen. Welcome to the club. You're now one of us.
See, the best way to deal with Brad is he is a heat-seeking missile. You just don't want his, targeting sensors to detect you. So, deploying that military asset to chillism is an excellent use of that heat-seeking missile. And I put a clip in chat where you can watch Brad absolutely nuke chillism.
Thank you for putting that in there.
I would say you can trash talk chillism all you want, but there is only one room on this app. Only one. It's only chillism. allows absolute free speech. It does not kick people out. Knowledge is the person. Not Nathan. Knowledge is behind the genius. You can say anything you want. No bullying. You can get it out. Wait, no bullying.
Thanks for that. You might just hang on. That's a good reminder for me to unfollow you. Thank you.
And I know bullying is a rule that is adamantly opposed to free speech. And I want to run their space, and I don't know. I just don't know why you would advocate for that.
Yeah, I'm curious why people want certain content in their space. The most pushback rule that we have in this house is the rule that says that you can't say the N and the K word. Now, for most rational adults, they don't have a problem with that. Those are not words that are regularly incorporated into their vocabulary. But here on Clubhouse, it's the most pushback upon rule. Imagine that, people fighting for the right to say the N word. It's amazing. Diva, do you oppose my rule about not saying the N word?
No, I like that rule. I mean, I think so. It's difficult because I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough to make that call. You know, I rely on the people to make.
I agree with you.
Yeah. No, but seriously, yeah, free speech. Like, it's interesting. I think that it's nice to know who you're talking to, right? And you have English language as 3,000 adjectives, right? And you have the ability to build upon them, like making a potentially infinite number of words that you could use besides that. So I like to know who I'm talking to. So I don't know. I'm undecided. I would prefer not to have that word said in a discussion, but I also would prefer not to be bullied or harassed for a particular position and to have my positions genuinely represented and not manipulated, you know what I mean?
But Diva, wouldn't you agree that you were given ample time to talk? I mean, in fact, I hear people ask you questions all the time, and then they mute up and they allow you to respond. Do you feel that you don't get adequate time to share your thoughts?
I'm not sure what that has to do with what you just asked.
Well, I'm responding to what you just said, where you felt that you don't get a chance to represent your case, and I think that that's incorrect.
No, that's not what I said. You see, like, this is one of those times. I never said I don't get enough time.
Well, listen, I agree that there's some people in this room, which could include me, that think that some of your ideas are poorly thought out and definitely poorly argued. And so there's definitely going to be a critique of that. Do you think that that's unfair in these discussions?
No, I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is when I've answered enough questions and you know what my position is, and then there's an intentional manipulation of my position for performance or whatever else. If that's your business model, I mean, whatever. I bring myself, I put it here, I can leave quietly if I want, but I still think that it's disingenuous and it's not it's not good for civil dialogue.
Let me ask you this. Which house on this app do you think is the best moderated?
Well,
let's narrow the options. Let's say healthy debates, in the muff, chillism, and Lisa 420. Who do you got?
it depends on the goal. healthy debates was my reason for going to Chilism. And so that just shut down dialogue completely. But there's in the month, I don't know. I like a lot. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff. But I still know that I don't have to be free to, I don't have to fear presenting any type of political position in knowledge of space ever. As long as knowledge is there, right? Knowledge is there. That's the safest place on this app to express your freedom of thought. But I mean, not everybody likes safe, and I understand that too. They're all different business models. It just depends on what you're looking for.
Biba, you don't view the green bean moderator and the design of this app, with houses and rooms as like a way to essentially be free, because if you think you're being bullied or you're getting kicked out of this room or that, it might not have to do with, the moderation or the room. It could be you, meaning that the way you speak or what you're talking about or how aggressive you are. I mean, it's easy to throw stones and call people bullies, but I'm just saying the ability to create here is the ultimate redemption.
I think that's out for, to be determined, right? But I would say there's a guy on this app, I don't remember his name, but he streams rooms. And I know that there's I could get a lot of clips, possibly maybe an hour's worth of just not unprovoked insults coming into particular spaces. But not in the last 3 days. And, I got my eyebrows.
There's a guy on this app that streams rooms.
Yeah, on YouTube. And so, yeah. And so the point though was that, we could probably catch that guy and find some recordings. Who is that guy? I wouldn't know. There's several, aren't there? There's you.
He's definitely not right above you, people. Definitely not. Not our final congressman.
Yeah, no, not at all. That guy's running for Congress. That's Congressman John Kitover, who reads wonderful works and educates the public.
Yeah, doesn't he talk about the Dow?
Perception. Simplicity. What was it? Spicy.
It's definitely not him.
No, not him.
I want to know who this guy is. I mean, he could potentially be making us famous.
God, I hope not.
So, Moose, what makes you think that Healthy Debates is a better moderated house than In the Muff?
When JB is moderating, he does a good job of giving everyone a chance to speak and welcomes everyone on the stage, regardless of one's political affiliation. And
Do you mean everyone?
Sorry.
He allows everyone?
Everyone, what?
Well, because I've heard complaints that people get removed from that space quite a bit.
Well, I think he said political affiliation.
Yes, correct. Thank you. Now, what they say after they're welcomed to get them removed. That's obviously up to them. It's just like you have your rules, he has his rules, I suppose. And I see a significant improvement with your moderating, Moshe, so check back with this poll in a week.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, there's a place in the top and boy, where you see where I'm at, things.
I have no idea what you just said or what that meant.
So, you choose what space you want to be in, right? And then, never mind.
Right. You choose to hang out with like chillism where people drop the N-bomb as if they were saying,
attack or whether it's a challenge or whether it's a software development thing and ask questions, whatever, most of the time, yeah, I got my answer. But at the same time, I went into that group knowing exactly what I was stepping into. And I did that on purpose, that I could better myself so that I don't get so upset if somebody does say something to me. And I need a lot more practice with that. And just all kinds of stuff. That's just my own journey here. But I chose to go in there and talk about those people are like, well, I'll never go in there, they're just crazy. They're so mean. And I'm like, yeah, but sometimes it's kind of fun. Go ahead and beat me up. Because then I learn better how to navigate in this world. And I learn how to better control myself and behave. But that's my own.
This is like rapid fire Toastmasters. I did public speaking in college, did a course, and that was really insightful. And what was interesting about that experience is I came back from Israel on a birthright trip, and I gave a presentation on the Palestinian Media Watch organization and how they distribute propaganda through fake Disney television programming and all kinds of things. And I got called into the professor's office, and he sat me down, and he was from like Chile or Argentina, and he screamed at me for an hour about how the Jews, through learned behavior, are the new Nazis of the Middle East. And he gave me some kind of punishment of something, and then I walked out of his office. That was the end of it. But from a public speaking perspective, that was like my first big success in public speaking or gaslighting, to a particular set of audience that has Jewish derangement syndrome or Israeli derangement syndrome. And it's totally all or nothing or one-sided. But that's not the point of what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is that Clown House is your Toastmasters opportunity to come prepared to your public speaking engagement. And the quickest and easiest way to do it is to do AI prompts or Grok prompts and just read some data. You need, I don't know if any of you have done public speaking and understand like the framework to a speech. But your attention getter or telling people what you're going to tell them is your introductory statement. And then you move on to your main bodies or your main points. It's the same format as an essay, essentially. And then you tell them what you told them and you give them your conclusion statement. But it's important to inform your audience whether you're giving a persuasive speech or an informative speech and be direct and to the point with regards to which one it is. They're technically the same thing, but anyways, this is just public speaking, and people take this so personally and road rage on here and make homicidal ideation threats. That is strange, but also because you've witnessed it so many times, it's a lot of just like dopamine creation in the weirdest way possible. But listen, I hate to say it, but we live in a very violent world, and we are all going to disappear. So, if you want to spend your time complaining about bullying, or talking about the past, my favorite rule in this house is don't bring drama from other rooms in here, because that immediately demands that you're in the now, and today doesn't end up being a bleed over from yesterday and the day before. And so when you're in the now, you do not bring up stories of past drama from other rooms.
Shall I present a Toastmasters speech on the topic? Toastmasters? Is it just like regular, like the Eastern?
It's Toastmaster.
Toastmaster? Is it Toastmasters? I took it to the business. They had us do it. What was it? Lubin City? Back in the day. You guys want to change the topic or what?
If you want to, okay, that was a little bit of an awkward segue, but sure.
moderation the best, because I feel like he's got a little something to offend everyone. And if you're not offended occasionally, then you're probably in the wrong space.
I've listened to Chillism for many years now and have recorded their rooms many, many times. And like from a speaking perspective, everybody, gets a low grade, and the moderators, to me, it's unbelievable that Tolly and Nathan can absorb all of that and let go about their daily business. Because I assume Tolly's working from home, and Nathan, who knows what he does, occasionally. Anyways, it's too much. It's TMI. But what I'm saying is, it's look at these 4 rooms in the survey, cast your vote, but just know that, these 4 rooms are in the permafrost of Clown House. They are consistent, and they draw a crowd. So it's very easy to shit on people, but the point is, they still are able to create these incredible, and bootlegging them could be a good opportunity because they are not recorded, they are one-offs, and the cast and the crew will never come together again. So each conversation is rather special from that perspective. I don't think anybody's interested in these conversations in the future, because most people want to be in a now conversation, and that's what creates the highest dopamine. So anyways, I cast my vote for Mojo because I think Mojo has organized the most intelligent and curated conversations on this app, and the funniest conversations. Because I do think it is a little bit like a roast where the head MC, gets to bat around somebody, toss around their ideas, and bring in a new subject. So, I salute you, Mojo.
Thank you. I also welcome people to roast me. That's something you don't get in a lot of these rooms. Try going into politically correct and roasting the host.
Probably. Oh wait, no, don't twist my arm.
I think when Bima said that I do a drive-by and just go into rooms and like drop insults, I've definitely gone into Chillism and just, press that button many times from many accounts. But I think from their perspective,
I can't hear him. Is it me or is it?
It's you. It's you.
Okay.
It's that cheap phone of yours.
Good morning, sunshine.
Oh, I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry, guys. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I don't know, Congressman. I would say that I do agree with you. I would say this probably is the best moderated right now. However, it's not the safest to talk about topics, and that's I think that's important too. So, like I said, depending on your goal.
What topic do you think is unsafe to discuss in this room?
You already know the answer to that. And you had your opinions about him. Monica has her opinions about him, I'm sure. But we've had plenty late night conversations, me, Hagab, Yui, a couple others, and they are really good conversations. And I do think that he's a fabulous chess player. And I also think that he has some great argumentation. And I also think that he can, mess up just like anybody else. So I would like to see Yui stay and talk, but like I said,
I think his fake accent is the first problem, but the big mistake he made in here was defending attacking women. I mean, like you can't be in polite society if you think it's okay to sexually assault women. He thought that there was a moral equivalence between other things that were said in this room and talking about directly sexually assaulting women. And then when he was asked for an example, he couldn't give one. I think that shows that he was a bad faith actor.
If anybody is to give me like the abridged version of what happened besides Mojo, I would listen to it. But I mean, Mojo, there is a chance in the future that I can maybe become a reliable source, but I've seen you manipulate enough retellings that there's no way that I'm just gonna.
How about this? I'll pick the person with the most politically opposite views of me on the stage. Moose, you were here for this. Moose, do you think that?
No. Let him tell me what happened.
Okay, good. Moose, go ahead and tell her what you observed when Huey was here.
Huey came in. I guess there were comments in the chat, and then what happened?
Moose.
Well, it's alright. There's still a place. There's still, opportunity. The what is it called? The adjacent possible. There may be some amazing adjacent possibility for you, Mojo. Past 3 days, it's been pretty nice. Minus today, but I can't make a full assessment because
I have a question about free speech and chillism. How come Rich isn't allowed in chillism?
Well,
That was a fair question, I thought.
He was in there.
Am I not hearing? I don't hear anybody.
your audio. Yes, the audio.
That was an interesting time for her to have audio issues.
Did you know?
I was in Chillism the other day, and Rich was in there on 2 separate occasions. I mean, Nathan was yelling at him, but he wasn't there.
I was told that he was banished from there.
He seems to be on the back in the good graces of the mods, because he was definitely in there yesterday.
Would you say that the mods in that room are consistent with each other? That they all subscribe to the same rule set?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I couldn't hear that. I'm really sorry. I had to go out and come back in.
We were asking why, if chillism is about free speech, why did Rich get removed from chillism?
Because he violated one of the rules too many times. They have like
Which rule? Which rule, Dima?
Doxing, and just like every rule, he violates every rule. He's not a good guy.
Well, I have to say this out loud. Rich has been blocked from this room.
He's a fan from his friend's room.
Well, I blocked him personally on 2 of his accounts, but if he apologizes to, this is my condition for him, if he apologizes to Adams and then another particular woman who I will not mention by name, if he apologizes to them for his behavior and agrees to follow the rules, he will be reinstated in the Maha.
This is not an intention. No, that's a lie. That's a damn lie. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I think. You want to love Rich because you know when somebody's just off and you just know they're off and you want to give him a chance. And he's admitted
I know that all throughout. But go ahead, continue.
So thank you. So I think he says like he's autistic or something. I don't know what it is. So you want to like give him chances, In most of the best rooms that I've been in, like little teeny rooms, there's no way that people will tolerate him. And I feel bad, because I want him to have a space, but it's too difficult when he starts to harass people, especially about like their personal life, and intentionally lie. Like he said one time, he kept going between 2 rooms and saying that other people were talking about the other people. Now, I witnessed this. And once I witnessed it, I said, hey, I saw what you just did. You just went over. And now these people are thinking, they're taking it seriously. They're not taking it as a troll. And he was intentionally inflaming and making up just fights between people and individuals. And that's what he likes to do. And I'm like, why do you do that? That's not right. Right? And he's just like, what did he say? He wanted to win the award for the biggest troll or something like that. And that's his intention, is to cause chaos. Those are his words. And, I mean, do what you want, but you're not going to have a good conversation with him in the room. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to say that, but it's just the truth. You know what I did? Listen, I don't like when I'm out of rooms and I open up a room, I do not move people. If I was ever modded, I'll be the worst mod. I don't move people. Unless they're threatening threats of violence or doxing, those are the only two things, right? Only two things that that's too far. But
Bima, can I just pause you there? So
yeah,
when this room was discussing somebody's behavior where they were threatening violence, specifically sexual violence to women on the stage, there was another individual that defended that and tried to draw moral equivalence between that type of communication and other things in this room. And then when I called that out and even asked for examples, I wasn't given an example. Can you tell me how you square what you had just said with your defense of Huey?
So I feel like that you definitely have an agenda of why you just asked what you said, because I don't know how it's relative to anything that I'm saying.
All people have bias. I just own mine a little bit better than most. So yeah, I have a bias. One of my bias is I like to protect women. Another bias is I like to call out when people have gone too far, and then when people are simping for bad behavior, I like to call that out too. That's all I did with you. The reason why
I see.
Hold on. The reason why Huey got removed was he chose not to engage in good faith. I gave him multiple opportunities. He came up and he said that he thought that it was hypocritical to criticize somebody for threatening sexual violence on women. And then I said, well, where's the hypocrisy? Give me the example of a behavior that's equivalent that you think it happens. And he couldn't answer that question. And then his refusal to have an honest dialogue is what got him removed. I mean, the whole reason we have these dialogues is to be able to have honest conversations. It appeared that he was either unwilling to have an honest conversation or incapable. In either case, that's why he was removed.
Right. Actually, Roger, we also said that multiple people in this room he has examples of. So he couldn't even name one example from one person.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, when you did that and you played that move, and he chose not to answer, I don't think you give enough people credit to say, oh, look, we all saw that that's a checkmate, right? And you won right there. That was a win. And now he has to go on and defend whatever he was going to do. I feel that it would have been a better idea to let him, if that was the case, to just let him, crash and burn. You know what I mean? But you did what you did. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, listen, I am knocking it. I would have liked to have heard what he would have to say. He's also, like there's other psychological dynamics, like, he knows that you're the alpha in the room, and he likes to debate you. He's like a big debater. So
wouldn't another way to be able to frame that is that he knows that he's the beta in the room?
For the sake of the conversation and the lens, if we're taking your lens short. And so what happens is he's already like preparing for these psychological dynamics, and I already saw that these are like tactics that he tries to avoid just to keep control of the conversation, just debate stuff, right? But that's how he handles debate. But he's still, very intelligent, and I would have liked to.
So he handles debate. I mean, Roger asked him directly, gave him multiple opportunities to say, okay, saw what you put in chat, you're up here on stage, go ahead and defend yourself, give us examples. And I wrote, I'm not going to play your games, or I'm not going to play your game. Like, it was bullshit. It was performative.
Right.
He had no substance. That's not a good debater.
Well, like I said, he knew that there was like a chokehold, so he was in a chokehold. I would have liked to say what he was gonna say at all. You know what I mean? But we'll never know. That's all that I'm saying. Like, let it play out. I mean, you do what you want. I'm saying that's what I would want to do. But my point is, to get back to Rich, I don't move people when I'm on rooms, and he intentionally will go in my room and destroy and noise troll the room, intentionally because he knows I'm not going to, remove him. And what I end up doing is I just end up leaving. I'll mod somebody else and I'll leave, and so the room gets destroyed. And he's done that to me many times, so I had to block him. I've never blocked anybody on this app. I've never reported anybody. I don't do that, but I had to block him because he made it impossible to just have a good room. But anyway, that's the point. And to Yui's again with Yui, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there. I'll have to take your word for it. Yeah, I think Yui's pretty cool. I would have liked to have seen too. And I mean, like, that's one of the downsides of kicking somebody out. Maybe we could have moved to the goo, and then Mojo, you did this well, and I've seen you do it many times. So you control the narrative, move to the goo, like, hey, look, this is what this person said. Look at the chat, boom, 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 and now we're gonna, like, if he doesn't want to defend or give us reasons, then he can think about it, or he can come up when he's ready. You know what I mean? Because now I have no way of verifying like what happened, and I mean, like, Yui's not an unreasonable person most of the time. I'm not saying that he's not ever unreasonable. I mean, I think we all are at some points, but I mean,
I think what his biggest crime was is that he doesn't speak up in this room ever. And then the one time that he thought, oh, I'll mix it up, he wanted to take to the chat to defend threats of violence, threats of sexual violence towards women. And then when I brought him to the stage to defend his asinine comments, he couldn't do it. He said that there's a hypocrisy and that equally bad things have been said. And I said, who says equally bad things to threatening sexual violence to women? Call it out. And he couldn't give it a single example. The entire engagement was very bad faith, but that's what you get when you bring people from chillism. Like, there's a culture over there of bad faith. There's a culture over there of people that don't want to stand behind the words that they say. They'll type something in chat, and when you ask them point blank, how do you defend this? They clam up. And so I think that he's a midwit. I think that people confuse his accent with being articulate. And I think ultimately what he was guilty of is showing that the only conversation he was interested in engaging with was...
Man, you know what an incel is, right?
I do.
Would you say that might be a fair assessment of
Not all. No, I don't think Huey is an incel. Maybe you haven't run into it. I mean, Scarlett knows. I know a leader of the incel movement.
So he just hates women. Because for someone to take the side or defend free speech when to Mojo's point, when it's involving violence against a woman sexually, and to the extent of implying murder.
Or if you could tell us exactly what happened, because it seems like you're back. Because you're giving a descriptive, like it's already like your lens. Could you tell me just objectively, like you came into the room, this person, you could just use A, and A said this, then B said this, then Yui said this. Can you just give me a breakdown of what happened objectively?
It's moments like these when I take the deepest breath of the day.
Everybody, if you're back, you were asked a question. I don't know if you would have heard this.
What's up?
You were asked a question.
What was the question?
Most just if you could just give us an objective, like breakdown of what happened without opinion, just like.
I thought you were asking about Joe that I'm not here to do forensics. I'm a clubhouse chat or interaction. There were no people here that observed said interaction. Mr. Bond's paying me because I do work as an investigator, but I didn't work for free.
Okay, well, thank you for your congratulations. So anyway, you are guys supposed to learn a topic. Because I want to tell you something that I found out today. I think it's disturbing me. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, there's like this culture of like scamming from Nigerians, and someone called me out on it, like that's kind of like xenophobic, like, and I was just like, is it though? Because I wanted to check, so I pulled up the World Cybercrime to see, because if I'm wrong, I need to know, okay? Would you believe what country is number one for cybercrime in the world?
North Korea.
Everybody guess.
North Korea. It depends on how you
Shit, I can't hear anybody again.
Hold on.
North Korea!
It depends on how you define cybercrime. So it'll be interesting to see what your answer is. I'll fact check it.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, the North Koreans are screwing around with it. Maybe.
Dang, I swear that just saying North Korea, because that's all I'm saying. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you guys, what do you think is the number one country that commits cybercrime?
Illinois.
No.
Is it North Korea?
It's not North Korea, but they're on the top 10.
Well, hold on.
Where are Ukraine or Russia?
Hold on. Where are you getting your statistics from, first of all? Because I can point people to the better statistics around cyber attacks.
Okay, yeah, thank you. This would be World, I think it's like the WC, hold on a second, let me bring it up. It's called the WCI. It was done by the FBI, and is it called the World, was it something crime index?
The cybercrime index?
Yeah, the Oxford 2024 World Cybercrime Index.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's the best indication, because the thing is when you talk about cybercrime, there's the prosecution of cybercrime, but then there's the events themselves. And some events go unmeasured. Other events are measured and not reported because a lot of brands that are attacked or government agencies that are attacked don't want to report that they've been attacked because there could be a brand implication. If let's say if it's a company that's been attacked, if they announce that they've been attacked, then their customers will say, oh, well, you're receiving attacks, maybe I should not trust you. So a lot of this stuff goes unreported or underreported, where you get your best intel comes from companies that are providing solutions that monitor for this type of thing, and then they aggregate it. They don't call out their since I've been tracking this stuff. China has flare-ups, and they're capable of doing some pretty massive attacks, specifically on the DDoS front. But when you look at some of the more sophisticated stuff, like some of the bots that are utilized for web scraping and things like that, you can get sophisticated people that can up the list, but I'd be interested in hearing what your list has to say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had. Same. But then I got curious and let me look here. Yeah, so you're right. Russia, Ukraine, China, US, Nigeria, Romania, North Korea, UK, Brazil, and India. But per population, because I was just curious about that. I mean, that, you don't really, what it's worth. India, Brazil, and China were underrepresented per population. But then there's an overrepresentation of Ukraine by like 16 times. Like 16.7 had an overrepresentation of 6 point. That's just like a lot. Some of the crime in Ukraine. But also, they separate the crimes in different categories. And I did happen to be right for online scams from Nigeria. But see, so it said, I mean, this is that report, so we're only taking this one report. And that was the advanced fee scams, like online scams, like Facebook Marketplace, like that. That was like 50, it was a very over-representation of Nigeria. They did most of those crimes. But then also, I was looking up some other, because I wanted to see why everyone's focused on Nigeria, and then there were actual studies saying that there might be a bias of just people like doing studies for Nigeria, like too many studies focused on Nigeria and not appropriately. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Roger, do you understand what I'm saying? Could you say it better?
I do. No, we understand.
So I thought that was a surprise for me. Like Ukraine, like what? And then
they're involved in a fucking war. You're going to use every tool at your disposal. It's not shocking. Go look at the numbers prior to the invasion of Ukraine. The race, you'll see a big difference.
oh, that makes sense. But why did they say? Because they're still ranked, like they still use the same rankings as everybody else. So like we're talking specific type of scams. Why would Ukraine be listed for those specific types of crimes? These are the attacks. Let's look at Ukraine. Hold on, here's Ukraine. Okay, so that makes sense. I see what you're saying. Okay, so attacks and extortion, they're very high. Okay, identity theft. They look like they're the second highest. First is Russia. I can understand that. Cashing out money laundering, yeah, they're second in that, second to Russia. And overall scams, like the online scams, I see, yeah, they're pretty low. Okay.
If you guys are interested in cybercrime, you guys should read a book called Fatal System Error. Eric Lyon, when he was a young man, he came up with a solution that would block DDoS attacks, and he did this to protect his gaming server. And once he figured it out, he started reading about how DDoS attacks were prevalent on online poker sites. So he reached out to the online poker sites and expressed to them that he had a solution. A company called BetCris, one of the very first online gambling companies, was located in Costa Rica. They moved him to Costa Rica. He solved the problem for them because what would happen is their servers would get hit with a huge DDoS attack. They would lose revenue, and then the attacker would say, hey, if you can transfer us Bitcoin, we'll stop attacking. So they had to play ball for a while, and then Bear Lion helps them to figure out how to defend themselves. And then the folks at BetCris said, well, hey, now that you've solved this problem, we should productize this. And so they started the first DDoS mitigation company called Prolexic. And then initially it was only protecting gaming companies, online gambling companies, as well as companies in the adult entertainment industry. And so then after he kind of dominated that market. He sold the company to a company out of the Philippines called IP Converge. They were the hosting company for the movement of online gambling to the Philippines, and so they bought it so they could make it mandatory to sell DDoS protection to all of the gaming operators that moved to the Philippines. Once they exploited that, it got sold back out to private equity. And so a company in Florida, which then partnered with Level 3, which was a tier 1 ISP, that cleaned it up a little bit, started selling to online, or not online banks, but traditional banks like the Big Four. And once they could call the Big Four banking customers as customers, they then sold to Akamai. And Akamai's DDoS mitigation product is Prolexic under the hood. So if you want to hear the story of how all that stuff went down and how people in Russia are still trying to kill poor old Bear Lion for ruining their scam, should read the book Fatal System.
What's the gross national product of California?
It's I think 5th or 6th largest in the world. Interestingly enough, Texas is as big as Russia. Just for perspective.
So I don't even know if you ever said which country is the biggest purveyor of online cyber fraud and crime, but put it into Grok, and I'm wondering what was your answer, Dean?
Russia, according to that Oxford 2024 World Cybercrime Index report. Is that what you got? What's the source to share?
I'm trying to find it in Grok right now. So, I was going to say India. That was my guess.
And do you know what else? I was surprised, like I said, that they're like underrepresented according to their capability in the population. So just because of how big they are, it's just, yeah, very interesting. The expected amount, like if you made a pie and made the slices according to, like one person, like you had a slice of the pie representing each country, and according to the population, you would think that they're supposed to have like one slice. Like they have less than a slice, and I thought that was so interesting.
India has 52 political parties. Figure that out.
Well, that's great, isn't it? I wish America was like that.
Well, the reason is their collaboration. Everybody wants their biggest piece of pie. So it dissolves their validity in terms of they don't have the reach they could have if they were united.
Do you have, in normal states, do you have 52 things in your life that you even worry about? I mean, what could be the subtle differences or even the gross differences in freaking life in general that require 52 different reasons other than some unhealthy reason? What the hell?
I agree.
I think you need a political party from each to represent each week of the year.
Yeah. They must have 52 countdowns or something. I mean, what the hell would they use 52 parties?
Well, it's a regional thing. It's not national politics per se, what she's saying. It's probably regional, but it's okay.
Well, yeah, they're not all in the same unit, but there could be crossover. I mean, you've got Tamil, you've got Bangladesh, you've got Delhi, you've got a lot of extension within that 52. Your host states within their own country.
I mean, does anyone think that the founders were intelligent? Yeah, I mean, if you look at the roster of presidents, there's only 3 parties that appear. Whig is one of them, and then I think that's right. It's just Whig, Republican, and Democrat, right? There's never been some other major national party.
there was a Republican Democrat, I forget, it's the Democratic Republican Party or Republican. There was another one, very short-lived.
By the way, India has 121 different languages. So assuming that you want to vote for somebody that can actually speak your language and explain to you what they believe, you'd probably be voting for somebody who speaks your language.
And when you vote, you just get a red dot in the center of your forehead to show you voted.
And then you look like everyone else, so nobody can tell.
Well, it would appear that casting a vote is a divine right.
Can't afford machines either. Or some don't even have electricity.
My age, 22 or 121, I see 22 different languages.
Before you answer that, I just want to say the poll is up, and poll's not going to stay up all day, but there's people on the stage, even moderators, they haven't responded yet. I'd love to get full participation, trying to get a large sample size so we can understand who's got the best moderation on Clubhouse. Is it politically correct? Is it healthy debates? Is it in the muff? Or is it chillism?
According to Google, India has a vast linguistic diversity with 121 languages and 270 mother tongues. The Indian Constitution officially recognizes 22 official languages. Many of the languages and dialects are spoken throughout the country.
Alright, so how many languages do we represent in the states? Just one? Would we agree it's one, or do we hear enough of other languages to think they're representative of our population?
Would that be regional?
I don't know, but these are different languages. So I guess America has primarily Spanish and English. I mean, those are the two that are like large enough to be officially counted. I mean, when I worked on Home Depot corporate, we made signs for Spanish and English. And
I don't know if you were hanging in Dearborn, Michigan, you might use another language.
maybe America has English as well.
You divide 122 and 1.5 billion, and that, I bet, would be comparable to Chinese, Korean, Spanish, and English in our country, don't you think? Or am I wrong about that?
I guess I'm not that concerned about the language. I'm more concerned about the message behind the political party, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, too. I just think that Mike brings up a good point. Do you think they're wanting, do you think it's the language itself that's, leads to the proliferation of political parties to make a country that could be, significantly more powerful or governed so, inefficiently?
I mean, I'm sure the languages overlap, so I'm sure many of them speak multiples of them, so you can measure between 50 and 121.
Well, Joe, are you minding all the women?
Yeah, we're hitting them off. It only makes sense.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the term muff at all?
What do you mean? Sweet, yeah.
You are pardon. So in the muff is a reference to a woman's femininity, more specifically their vagina hole.
Sounds like bull. Seriously, are you kidding?
Do you think I would joke about something
don't have to do that.
But I didn't think we should decide the 21st. No, please do. I want him to go to church.
Roger, if he winds up in the back channel, I'm holding you accountable. We'd actually like to hear chapter guy. What's something mentionable or notable in your life today you can share with us? Anything?
About me.
Yeah.
Okay, so nowadays I am going through very bad chapters because I meet people, strangers, and yeah, I got very good experience as well as bad experience. Basically, I came here from Chatter. Anyone from Chatter? And
Oh, Chatter, you mean the Jonathan Bing that, where Jonathan Bing says really dumb things and people sit around and make a clap for him. That happened.
yeah, so actually,
Hold on, real quick. What is your opinion of Jonathan? I don't want to leave the witness any further, but what is your opinion of Jonathan Bing and the Chatter app?
okay, to be honest, it's been 3 weeks since I'm using that app, and I have got very good experience and very professional and kind people, but now it's not other figure for hand, I'm not equal to the same thing happened to me. I met with a woman, a lady, her name, maybe you will know her, Marcina. She's we can say, it's, she believes on magic, palm reading, astronomy, and maybe I don't know what she's spilled over me. And I just asked what best, and she just scolded me and something like that. And I have just, I just, what we can say, cut out from that chatter and come to close. But yes, I am there, still there, but there are people, most of the time, 70% people are very good, but 30% people, they are fried, they have fried, they don't know how their attitude, they judge people by their name, by their religion, but as far the education is very good, because I meet people from Africa, from England, from Canada, and they speak very kindly and very humble way.
Well said.
It almost sounds like this app.
No, I heard that people are not. No, personally, I have seen a lot of people, black people, yeah.
Okay, besides that, I was just saying that kind of describes people. 30% are the stinkers, maybe less than that. And then there's the other percentage that are nice, and you get to meet people all over the world. Okay, I might go.
Wait, I was just in the chat, and all I heard was black people with this accent. What about black people? I probably shouldn't ask. Lord knows I don't care. But I'm just curious. Chapter, what about blacks? What the blacks do now?
Night, to be honest, I have talked, I have very friendly conversation with African people, and they were not really from Africa, but yes, they were blacks, and they were very kind, and they have created their own rooms, like Kitty, one of the, she has a shop, a barber shop, and she has a lot of friends in the rooms, the room was full of people from Canada, England, there are a lot of people, and also, one thing I have seen
they're being that now. It's had off all day. That's another source. It's on the shores. And that's one of these. That's always coming up. Without design. Now I expect results. Last day's got the same as the usual. Happens. That's the spirit. Never grows old. Something like that. American flags are sketchy. Oh, it's big current and bring that national defense budget to $600 billion.
Thank you so much, American man.
You want to use something? To monopoly, and to have a monopoly of that, they created an algorithm that puts everybody in proximity to the first on the entire app. I'm excited about the possibility of the features, but I will say, I am to mentions. I'm loving the fact that there is a chat feature. I like the fact that they're still investing in maintaining good audio quality. I think that this app is back in such a major way. And so like I'm glad to be back home here on Clubhouse. I've tried them all. I've tried Spaces, I've tried Fanbase, I've tried Chatter. There's no better experience anywhere in the world when it comes to social audio than Clubhouse.
And we're happy to have you. We're glad you're back, man.
I will say, the one thing that I'm really loving about this app, especially like with where it's at today, is I feel like the feedback people listen to, that was a big critique that people had of like, are they even listening? And like people were saying, hey, I wish we'd have a polling feature, and then boom, voila, we have a polling feature. I think they're actually listening. They're rolling things out thoughtfully, and they're listening. The only thing that I wish they would consider is like the newsroom where clearly like sex trafficking and terrorist support is happening. Unless it's a honeypot that allows law enforcement agencies to listen into that room, they might want to police it a little bit better. But again, maybe they're on a whole other level and working with law enforcement to identify the bad actors. But there's literal sex trafficking cases that are happening in the church room. And I don't say that hyperbolically. I'm saying that there's recordings and there's live streaming onto other platforms such as YouTube. And I know it's been reported, but I think maybe there's powers that are allowing this, and maybe the good news is some of the arrests that come from it. But it is, if you guys, I don't go check it out, you know, listen to it, but sex trafficking and terror plots happening. So hopefully the bad guys get what they got coming. He's not at all. You see it, and it's not even close. I tried every other app, and the audio quality is so bad. I'll be honest, I'll be honest, I'm a petty person. I get annoyed and then say, okay, I'm gonna find this place, I'm gonna try something. After trying everything else, sometimes you just have to find a home, just a home cooked meals, and you try to cook as much as like mother's home cooking, houses, and mother's home cooking,
Okay, that's good because you have friends here, you meet here, you have people here whom you making conversation. That's why yeah,
And also, I also realized because it's been a long time I was not come to Clubhouse because of some problem, because of, whenever I come to Clubhouse, most of the time I meet people, they have random conversation, purpose, use this. So yeah, it's very difficult to find a perfect person for for conversation. So this room is
No, I love it. And by the way, I was one of the first 100 people on that other app that you were mentioning, that I won't mention by name again, but I was one of the first 100 people. And the founder over there, I don't have a problem with. What I do have a problem with is that the entire app is centered around one person's room. And I think the beauty of this app is that you can go in the hallway and you can find diverse discussions. This room is small in comparison. There's like Persian rooms that are huge and thriving on this app. There's Indian groups that are huge and thriving on this app. This app offers something for everyone, and you can't find that elsewhere.
Yeah, I agree. Because you do such courage, because I have also felt such thing like one room has colonized by one person and he is running the whole room, like he's commanding people. You should need to listen more and speak.
Speaking of diversity, I have a comment that has nothing to do with diversity, but chapter question: are you familiar with the begonia rex in India? What? The begonia rex? Is that like a popular plant? Monty, not you.
Sorry, I don't know.
No? Okay. That's a very popular begonia here in the United States, native to India. Just patent to India.
Where are you from? India?
No. Yes, you can eat some begonias. You can. There are some begonias that you can eat. Not all of them. Not the begonia rex.
Okay. Strange. Actually, I can't get to introduce this.
It's okay. Sorry, yeah. It's a plant. The best plant, begonia. Is it the family? Yeah.
It's a family?
The family is the Begoniaceae, and the genus is the Begonia, and then the species, 2,000 species of begonia. Begonias.
Stop it.
Serenity wants to see my begonias. I'm going to show you my begonias. I'm going to show you my begonias. Hold, please.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass on seeing your begonia.
You're missing out then. I have an excellent authority that famous begonias are the best.
Look, I'm big when it comes to scent, and I'm struggling to imagine a pleasant scent.
So, Chapter, you voted for Healthy Debates as best moderated House and Clubhouse. Why is that, Chapter?
Perhaps he likes spaces in which white people are not allowed.
Personally, I vote for the least popular vote selection, so I can make the whole distribution even. My friend told me that this morning. He does, so.
So, PTR, I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit A. These are my personal begonias that I'm raising myself. If you look towards the back of the little greenhouse, there's a pink plant, the pink leaves. That is a begonia rex. Very beautiful indeed.
that is the begonia that you can't eat because it's toxic?
Potentially, yeah. I don't think that they're toxic. These might be. Yes, these are not the begonias that are edible. The begonias that are edible are like the flowering.
Can I just say that Akima doesn't eat begonia?
Oh,
Those are some beautiful pink begonias you got there.
It was after he listened to Easy that he gave up eating begonia.
got too much uneasy.
Where is Mystery App? That guy was great. Michael Yap, Clubhouse legend. He should have been an icon. He would get on stages, and his advocacy was for your health and wellness by eating flowers. He was one of the more unique people on the show.
I like it.
Yeah, did you ever hear the story about how he lost in the jungle for 3 months and he lived by eating flowers?
Really?
The trees.
Was anybody here last night when we got the musical interlude by Abdul?
Yes.
So for those who aren't familiar with Abdul is the longest running troll, most consistent troll that this app has ever had. He raises his hand immediately upon coming to the room, and if you bring him in, doesn't matter if you're having a conversation or not, he bursts into song as he unmutes himself. He speaks a language that I don't speak, so I have no idea what the words are. But we went deep into the B-side catalog of Abdul's material. We even got him to participate in chat. He put the word fuck, no context, he just wrote fuck in the chat. And then at one point he started laughing. We never heard him laugh before. What is happening here? What's going on? Okay.
I think he was jealous.
Okay.
Guy, how are you? Sorry for interruption. So, can I ask you where you're from? Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
actually, I found out like you're really from Africa or something like that. Last time that they were not allowed at the center. So that time, like,
Mike,
I was
translate this for me, please?
yeah, when I was studying with the center, the conversation were very hard, language and accent, and you people were very clear.
Yeah, he wanted to know where all the black people are from on Clubhouse because they speak with like he thinks in a weird accent, and he doesn't understand them.
Well, I think that we're in dangerous territory here, and I'm just going to shut down this conversation because I want everyone to feel welcome in this space.
Moji.
Shirley, how you doing? Shirley, did you survive yesterday?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm gonna give you my take on this. That young man, I don't, I'm probably, it's just, everybody knows.
Go ahead, continue. I'll let it slide.
And yes, I was in a wildfire, and he was between me and death. He would come save me. And he just, some days, you gotta vent. And when you're a girl, you should never get in the middle of a fist fight, physically or verbally. And I should have got in the middle of that.
Well, Shirley, I would not blame yourself for that. Some people don't know how to show respect towards women, and I think that there was people that were treated inappropriately, and I will make sure that in the future those types of things don't happen in the muff.
Well, that is one of the reasons why you are Mojo. Did you know that that's a big term in West Texas? And there was a football team in Midland, and oh my God, Odessa. And Odessa had Mojo.
So I have very, strong feelings towards your new nickname.
I'm going to be changing it soon. I'm leaning towards Catfish Jones, but I can be walked off of that. If you guys have any suggestions, please submit them in the back channel, and I'll consider.
Not the back channel.
Raphael Sabatini.
What's Valentino? Is it Valentino is the new AI grok male companion on X? Valentino? How about Maverick?
Lawrence Fishburne. Have you guys ever seen 1,000 Clowns?
Well, I have, but it's been a while since we've gotten 1,000 people in this room. But, we're working to get back to those numbers.
If anyone's interested, you can YouTube it. It's an old classic, so it's black and white, and it's called 1,000 Clowns. And I gotta tell you, it is my favorite movie.
Do they all come out of this little car?
No, it has actually nothing to do with clowns. Wait, no, I take that back.
Which movie? Do you know?
1,000 Clowns. I'm gonna link it in the chat.
Wait, hold on, Chapter. Can you come on mute again? I feel like I heard a rattlesnake in the background. Can you do that again?
Mojo, I got a question for you. I believe in defending women as well, and I love being surrounded by beautiful women. But I have also read a lot of cult material and observed cults. I'm just wondering, in the MOF, like if you are a cult leader surrounded by beautiful women, why does that natural formation seem to happen with strong, intelligent, liberated men?
Forgot Gerald.
Hold on. I gotta mute.
Hey, Chapters, it might be where you are really digging the cicadas.
Mojo, actually, I'm residing hostel. In my hostel, there are trees like we can say a jungle, forest. So that's why it's almost nightfall. 11 to 4 p.m. So midnight, and I have no words right now. It's time to write you.
Can I just say that I am pleased that you found this room. I'm pleased that you joined. I'm pleased that you raised your hand. And I'm pleased that you're sharing, because I feel like you're offering a unique perspective. Typically, when we get together, a lot of us know each other, and we do things like we read books together. John, can you tell him about the book that we read yesterday? Maybe he would be interested in future book readings.
Yeah, Chapter, we read this amazing Chinese philosophical, political wisdom, mystical book called The Tao Te Ching, or the Book of Changes, or The Great Way by Lao Tzu from 2,300 years ago. I think today, perhaps we might be reading a book, but I gotta say, I gotta get out of my office, do more stretching, do more exercise, get more sun, more love, more air, more freedom. But, Chapter, maybe...
It's going to be tough to squeeze in a book read today. We've got like the Brad Keegan pregame. Then there's going to be Showdown. It's going to be tough. We will be doing the Rational Discussion Group, led by the wisest man on all of Clubhouse, Anson Burlingame, and Moose. Hopefully you will participate. Today's topic is great. We're asking the question: is TBS an appropriate term to refer to progressive sentiment towards Donald Trump?
Good
be tough.
I'm getting pinged into the showdown.
Is the showdown happening now? Well, listen, I do not want this room to exist, as a distraction from greater things. So why don't we do this? Why don't we all mosey on down to the showdown? And, we'll circle back at the rational discussion group, which will start at...
On the set. Who said they met me on the set? Bradley, you made a claim. Back up your claim, please. Who said they met me in person?
Where is she, Jazzy? Who is that woman that came in and said she met him?
I'm not sure.
Someone claimed they met me in person?
Brad's bad.
Alright, well, that's another...
He's Brad is bad.
There's someone... Alright, I don't know if you guys know this. And this is a very, late Gen X, early boomer type of way of thinking, which is like this narcissistic way of thinking, which is, I'm going to make a claim or promise and never follow through. And a lot of older people do this. I've noticed this. They make claims or promises, they go through. And so he's making all these claims, and I asked, who's the person? I don't know. Do you the proof that I said that by your deceased? No, I don't, but I know you said it. Okay, I guess. I don't... What do you want me to do? I don't know.
So we have 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Are we playing the clip at 3 o'clock? Or...
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes until the clip will be played.
Okay, all right.
I will be starting a room. I probably should go start it now. I will be starting a room.
So you moved us from room to room?
You guys are following me. What do you mean? You guys are following me. I'm not trying to move room to room. You guys are following me before 3 p.m. I made it.
The title says Keegan versus Brad.
That's not. I didn't make the title. This is not my room. I was just a mod.
Again, the cloud chasing Jazzy. That's what
You
it
guys
is.
are the ones making it.
He wants to over Brad.
I gotta start. I'm gonna go.
You're gonna beat him, Keegan.
Alright, before we go, everyone put a 1 in the chat if you think Keegan is right, and
He's a
2 in
big
the chat
ball,
if you think Brad is right.
Nicole,
1 for Keegan. Oh, I didn't update my app on this phone. I gotta get another phone to do the poll. Yeah. But for the people that didn't update, can I get a 1 for Keegan and a 2 for Brad, please? Alright, so we got
Brad, 1 for Keegan.
Amanda was gonna...
Yeah, well, that's typical Keegan, typical Brad. I mean, it's the same never-ending stupid drama. Nothing is new under the sun in Clown House. I hope everyone realizes that every day is just like every other day.
You know what? There's some other new scenes happening.
Well, I think the only new scene is reading a book, because like if everybody was a book, it's the same book every day, and unless somebody reads a book on this app, you'll never break the vicious cycle of people just booking themselves. That's it. It's like buying a ticket to a performance, to see, just say, Chris Rock. It's like watching Chris Rock every day. It's like, if you want new material or a new script, you're going to have to bring books into the equation on this app. Otherwise, it literally is just a repeat of every other Clown House day. It's nothing new under the sun.
Like I said, I don't think you were there, so forgive me. I wish I could. So there's actually a lot of really good feedback in the room chat. And Roger makes fun of me when I call it the back channel, because it's with burger. And so is and Tiffany, she's on series. So funny. But anyways, the room channel. I wish I could record it because you're talking about books. The coolest thing about books is you're able to build ideas and build minds. And I think that losing the room chat is sad. So I'm like, there's so many really good ideas
Yeah, if you actually break down what Brad is saying, because he says it so quickly and it's hard to even remember what he says, but if you actually listen to the clip yesterday of him and you break down the death threats, if you were to just create a still of, say a 6-second clip, or it sounds so bad and so horrible that you don't want to think about it. Let alone you don't even want to go back and re-listen to somebody screaming, vulgarities, profanities, and death threats. So it's like, you know, people are here for this short-term dopamine drama game. Um, I'm surprised he has as many followers as he has because of all the death threats and that his profile is actually even still active. But I think that's because people probably don't report him because they play with him, and I can see it from his perspective that if you were to listen to all the things that have been said against him because his wife has passed on and people say these horrible, vulgar, profane things to him about his wife or his children, like he is on an aggressive stance, and he does call out all these things. So it's like to judge him, but not judge the environment or the audience or the. It's hard to know who is right and wrong, but if you are an intelligent man, human being, you essentially disengage from this and pick up what's called a book. Because instead of using a sword and a hammer and an axe to go to war with people on this app, you should just use a book, because it de-escalates you, it de-escalates them, and there's no winners in this. So it's really like an insane anger management test simulator that people are being victimized in.
Yes, I concur, and I don't know. I would say, okay, so yes, and I have learned to better myself through it. I have learned through my own, because when this began, I was doing this. I was healing, and I had been hurt, and it was not okay for me to advertise. It wasn't okay. It was justified and not okay. And I have this learned since and done better. And I'm still doing that. So people can use it how they need to. And I don't like, just for me, I don't like the dopamine. I mean, I definitely like the dopamine, but talking to people, having friends that are kind and contribute to my day. Yeah, conflict irritates you. That's just. That's how I feel about it.
And I'm not defending anybody, and I'm not complimenting anyone either. I think just like the records that I record, are enough. And I do like the rule about not bringing drama into this room because it forces you to be topical in the now as opposed to these low-hanging dopamine games.
Yes, like that's the kind of stuff that we need to bring up. That's the kind of stuff that's very important. And that's why I get this question: should we have group chat or should we not? Because it does make people, if we don't have group chat, it does make people focus on what's spoken and what's going on stage. However, I do love it. I really love group chat.
I think if it's available, you should do it because people who want to have thoughts and get their thoughts out of their head, the room chat is where to do it. And to deny people that, I think is stupid. If people come here to get their dopamine, let them get their dopamine, even if it's in the chat.
And I just want to laugh too, like Christy said in her, so she wants to just sometimes come into rooms and just laugh. It's so cute. Things that people say. And I concur. I need to drink more water. Also, user-friendly hydration reminder: everybody drink water.
See, people. Go ahead. I was going to say something about water.
I was just going to say something very quickly. I was surprised by
when it changes your personality, you become a different person when you're, let's say, drinking. It's time to step back and maybe contemplate this coping mechanism or just the use of it recreationally. If it actually changes your personality when you begin to drink. I think Clubhouse is similar in that way. Like if it changes your personality, it has you disconnected from source, you maybe might want to consider putting it down for a period of time or using it differently.
Yeah, how does it, what is it bringing out in you? And of course that could be, there's so many nuances of that too, like what concerns, who are you interacting with? Are you letting people get your goat? Yeah, and I think that's what I learned too. I started, yeah, I didn't like low vibes in those in particular rooms, but I think you did hear me when I talked about I went into certain rooms on a purpose. No one goes through it. But I did go into them intentionally to better myself to where even if it was like crash and burn, which Roger likes to, he likes to remind me once in a while of my crashing and burning. And it's not an issue. So, yeah. I think you're right. It is like about, and actually, I did do that. I did take a sabbatical from it in February from it because I was just kept on feeling badly. I just needed to get away from it. I needed to have a fast, so I understood like just not take it so seriously, but and also to be more mindful of when I interact. And
but yeah, there's other nutrition on the plate, right? The platform is not all bad. It is what you see from it. I benefited from the peace of other people. Certainly, John, you included. Just you get to pick up and put down what you like. And so if you're looking for something more healing and peaceful, and it can come in the most odd, strange ways. It doesn't need to be like in some maybe they'd be room or anything like that, but there's a lot to offer. So you don't have to reach for the toxic beverage, which is sort of conflict. There's a lot of different things that you can experiment with, but it's not all bad. It's how you use it. But you got to watch your own behaviors. It's hard to have a perspective on yourself. It's like the one place we have a blind spot. We see out our own eyes, but we don't open. Have the ability to sort of truly, objectively step back and look at our own thinking, our own mental models, and get a separate perspective.
so much more entertaining. Wow. That's the most big distraction.
honestly, I would rather listen to silence than a lot of these heated conversations on this app.
Okay, I guess we'll keep it open. And if you have any thoughts, meanwhile, we'll totally share them. Feel free to.
But the room title is called Breaking Brad. You know, Breaking Bad. It's kind of funny.
No. Oh, no. That's so cool. I love it.
Second of all, if anyone didn't hear in the clip, Brad said when your daughter turns 18, I'll break her in. He didn't say anything about sleeping with a 2-year-old child, really assaulting a 2-year-old child. He said an 18-year-old child will be broken in. Okay? I rest my mic, and I thank you all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Jazzy, my point isn't that, and yeah, sure, I'm being a little facetious when I say, oh, my 2-year-old daughter would win when she turns 18. My point is that he's lying about it now. He's saying he didn't say this. He's saying it's about OnlyFans. We all heard the clip now. He said when she turns 18, I'm gonna break her in and I'll videotape it. That's much different than OnlyFans, is it not, Jazzy? Did he now not lie twice?
I just don't understand, and I don't even care if it was, because somebody on this app, Randy McDickerson, said something similar like this about my daughter. He didn't say that he would rape the kid. He just said, regardless, these people are talking about minors. Like, my daughter's 11. I'm not going to say how old your daughter is, if that's your. But, why would you just say, it's okay because they didn't say, they said willingly. He said they would do it willingly. Why are we talking about little kids like that in general? Yes, sorry.
Okay, can you get any response to Steve?
Yes, my phone, I'm looking at it right now, guys. It's pretty hot. My phone's kind of laggy. That's my first time doing a poll. I was trying to do this Brad, I did that. You fix this poll. I'm annoyed now that I see that. But yeah, my phone's off.
Wait, what do you want the poll to say?
Is Brad a good guy? I know it's grammatically wrong. I know.
That's okay. That's all right. I thought it works for everybody.
No, fix it, please.
Is Brad a good guy? Okay, let's see how can we do this. I think I have to end the poll, don't I?
Yeah, you're gonna have to redo the poll.
All right, so Steve, go ahead while I redo the poll.
Thank you, and I'll only need 2 minutes. Hello, everybody. So I was in the room yesterday when
You can give him 2 minutes or he'll be following the rules.
Oh, I thought 120 seconds was specified. If not, just tell me how much time I have.
You got.
Thank you. So I was in the room yesterday, and then I was listening to Keegan 5 minutes ago, and I listened very carefully to the audio recording. As some people have already indicated, and probably most people will agree, half of that recording really, you don't understand what's going on. The other half is, I'll give Keegan the benefit of the doubt on the half of the recording that was clear, and Brad said something like, when your daughter turns 18, fine. But the way I understood what Keegan was saying 5 minutes ago, he was claiming that Brad said, I'm gonna do whatever to your daughter now, who was 2 years old. I didn't hear anything like that. So I just wanted to say what was already said. Do your best when possible to make a better recording. But even the part about 18 and OnlyFans, that was somewhat clear, but not quite. The only reason I wanted to come up was to give my opinion on the actual recording.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have XG.
Yeah, so I want to get rid of one thing there first, because when you said and imply that there was grooming things inside of there. I'm sorry, but saying that you're going to, it's saying that, hey, your daughter turns 18, I'm going to film a fucking video with her, put her on OnlyFans. It's not fucking grooming. It's not like he's talking to her while she's like a fucking teenager, slowly getting her ready and prepping her to fuck him. Like, no, that's completely, like, you're completely misusing what the word grooming actually means here. So sorry. Him saying that is not crazy. When you say, well, he's talking about fucking my daughter when she's 18 with OnlyFans, isn't that two completely different things? No. It's all related. He said he was going to fuck her when she was 18 and record it so they could post it, and it would be her first OnlyFans video. I'm not sure if like you're a little slow, but like the joke is like really easy to understand there. Daughter turns 18, we fuck, I record, she posts, she's OnlyFans equals whore. It's not that difficult to understand. It's a very elementary level joke. Like, I'm sorry, but if we're getting this fucking press over that being said, when I've heard both of you say both more egregious shit in other rooms politically about other groups of people or other people in their families' lives, et cetera, I'm so sorry, but it really just sounds like somebody's pressed and somebody's pissed because they got hit with a harder punch than they threw initially. That's all it is. Like, we need to grow the fuck up and drop it at this point because there's nothing in there that seems like it's contradicting what Brad said. Brad said he was talking about OnlyFans. Yeah, we heard it in the clip. We explicitly heard him say those words. The only use that clip did for you was show Brad beating your ass. That was it. I'm not sure what the clip was supposed to do. If it's supposed to make us jump in shock, even though we've heard a ton of other crazier shit get said on this admin platform, especially by one of your moderators. But I like, Pepe, this is no shade at you, but Pepe said way crazier shit than anything that was said in that clip. I promise you he has. And we're completely fine with him being a mod here, and we're completely fine with him being the neutral party, which I don't have an issue with, right? But then if you're going to go ahead and say this is the end of the world, go ahead and hold that same smoke for Pepe being a mod.
All right, next speaker.
You might contact with an individual, continue that contact until they're of age, and then having sex with them. Of course, the grooming, or even before they're of age, is grooming. The other part of grooming is sexualizing a child, then to say that they're going to have sex with them. He sexualized my 2-year-old and said, when she becomes of age, I'm going to bang her. He didn't say put on OnlyFans. Let's remember this. He never said I would put on OnlyFans. He said, when your daughter is 18, I'm going to break her in. I'm going to videotape it. So,
30 seconds is up. 30 seconds.
May I ask a question?
Wait, just come on. We can't believe we're trouble with this.
Hold on. Wait, who was that? Marquise was next. Wait.
The rebuttal was also 30 seconds now.
Okay, let me ask you something. Keegan, because this is your space, it's just giving me that honorary mod badge. Are we allowed to mod other people or no? How much can you moderate? I just want to be, again, very fair, impartial people. Who wants to be, there's some request that Jasmine and Shine be mod.
No, it's okay. We're gonna do our own room because I think to solve the problem, if there's too many outside voices, I don't think all these people should be speaking. I was gonna ask Keegan if he should maybe give a summary or synopsis of how he got here, why you even brought up the fact that he said this about your daughter, because he said this months ago and I did a recap on it, and now it's being brought back up. So maybe you can enlighten some of the people that don't know why, like tell them about the argument that got you here.
Yeah, I mean, I did that a little bit earlier, but by the way, make sure you give props to In the Moth because this all started again yesterday in the Moth.
Hey, now, Keegan, if you're gonna do this rebuttal, you don't want to be timed, do you? Because you're trying to.
Let me kind of. And again, this isn't even about. It's not just about me, guys. Brad was saying egregious things to a lot of women. But what he said about me and my family, my kids, is listen. He was saying some egregious things about my wife. And before that, before this, the whole beef with Brad, because before me and Brad even had beef, about 2 years ago, Sig did a room on Masculine Mansion. And in the Masculine Mansion, we were talking about relationships and how traditional men should conduct themselves in a relationship. And what I said was that in a marriage or in a long-term relationship, you should want to be respectful to your partner. You should, and your partner should be respectful to you. And they should. And the essential question was, should you dictate what your woman wears in your relationship? I said that if they want to be respectful towards you, you should be like, hey, you can't wear that out. That's
that's too revealing. And I said that whores, like, you don't want to have your wife be dressed like a whore. And someone said, well, what is a whore dressed like? And I said, and again, I probably shouldn't have mentioned someone's name who was on the stage. I said, well look at KK's picture. He's dressed like a whore. So once I said that, Brad got really mad, got really upset. KK got really mad, got really upset. And to this day, I've had smoke with both of them. I haven't heard from KK for like a year, and then she finally started talking to me today.
Put your tampon in, Keegan. I'm about to please. One mic, KK, love and respect, but just one mic. Keegan, your own not gonna work if you don't you can't talk about people. This is what I'm saying. Like, you gotta allow the chaos. The people are sick of you talking.
I'm just saying, you're going to let it out. When you're done Jasmine, you said let it out.
Let it out quicker. That's all. Come on.
Well, that is the quick version. What else do you want me to say? I'm trying to let it out. I'm not lying about what I'm saying. I'm not going to say, oh, King said this, or KK said, I'm going to say what I said, and then we'll let to that point. I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
Okay, wait, hold on. Why isn't Brand coming up? I've invited him. I mean, he is the centerpiece. They want me to open the room. I'm just, they're all gonna eat it until I open the room. Period. I'm not going to. I don't want to do that. One mic. We have a queue. Marquise wants to speak next. Who would like to go after Marquise?
I mean, Brad is, we should definitely credit it.
Hold on. We'll let Marquise go, and then Brad is submission go.
Number one, all right, Brad did not say he's going to fuck this kid right now. He said, I'm going to wait until this kid is 18, then I will fuck her. That being the legal age, right? And that's the joke. He's literally saying as a fuck you to you. He's not being literal. And if you're really taking that as being literal, that's the problem. It's getting too fucking petty. XG was on point with everything. And I think that with that clip and with the quality included, it was made to make Brad look like shit. But in reality, it was so garbled. Everybody still has questions. And I'll end.
Okay, now we're gonna let Brad speak, and Brad, Pepe and or Poochie are keeping a timer.
No, let's Brad. Okay. Give Brad at least let's go 3.5, 4 minutes.
This is all about Brad and Keegan. Why are all these other people?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should let Keegan and Brad go back and forth, and then Poochie said that he's gonna do the timer, which I'm very glad. That means I don't have to do it, and so we'll just keep the peace.
You know what? I'd be happy to go down to the audience and make space for other people. I'll do that right now.
As many people as they want.
We're not here for peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if anybody doesn't want to be on the stage, you can go ahead and go back to Google. That's no problem. No one will be offended.
I'll stay up. Just let me know if you want me to go back.
Everyone should just let Brad and Keegan have it. As soon as they start talking.
You can't do that if everyone keeps speaking.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why we have all these extra voices. I just don't understand why we have all these extra voices. Go ahead.
So, before I get in and back up Keegan for the 15th time today alone, I just want to promote for those of you that think Keegan wins these crash out battles or these battleground fucking verbal assaults, you need to participate in Craze Course. That is a course that I believe for $99, he will teach you how to come up with a catchphrase, a model, and he will teach you the subtle art of banging on Clubhouse. With that said, I'm going to go after Keegan here and the cup that he is for the 15th time today. So as you probably listen to the clip, you will hear in the very beginning, and though it's garbled, you can make it out where it says, oh, you want to talk about kids or daughters? I believe it says daughters. I believe I stated, you want to talk about my daughters? And then I proceed to take him down to the 7th ring of hell. I am not a nice guy. I don't really fucking care one way or the other. And Keegan, being the softest of what any male version could be, is a guy that probably, again, lets other men own him, nut on him, and then he's to start mentality. He's gone around this app. He's called KK whores. He's called Jazzy whores. He's called Shy Shy. He's attacked multiple women's children. If you don't know who Shy Shy is, he definitely attacked her kids. He's done this repeatedly under this guise of Christian nationalism. He's anything but a fucking Christian. I've heard from Christians on here. I actually respect those of you that have that faith. And they don't try to fucking make it into a nationalist movement. But Keegan is Keegan, and he says his brain just developed at 26, which is really fucking weird. But okay, Keegan plays this audio recording, but he leaves off the parts we anticipated, such as saying my daughters were raised by whore, calling KK all sorts of names, doing his shtick, and then he wants to be the bitch that he is. He's the one that wants to hide behind somebody else, slap in the back of the head, and then duck out. And this is Keegan's MO. And again, this shtick has been done. So Keegan, I get it. You're upset. You probably have problems at home. Your wife went to the continent of Africa, had a fucking great time. She had her ribs rearranged. Her entire fucking stomach is now in her throat after that gangbanging orgy. And I get it. You're upset. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't have that? I mean, you're just an oil change person at fucking Walmart, and you haven't really amounted to life. I mean, you really haven't done anything. And I can promise you, if you're anywhere near kids, I'm probably betting that kid's gonna end up like Jordan Peterson's fucking kids. Batshit fucking crazy, nuts, and not even fucking in the world of reality. You don't have to worry about some guy breaking her up. She's gonna be on OnlyFans the minute she turns 18, showing her fucking vagina. And as far as what Ann said earlier about like trying to come at and say, oh, this is so predatory, let's not forget Ann held a room saying that I'm an evil person. However, when they were threatening to kidnap her kid, it wasn't her boyfriend she called. She came to me, and I offered her help. I offered her a home. I offered her money. I offered her to build a cabin to protect her. She didn't get that because she lied about it. So again,
He was going to build a cabin to protect her.
Anything else, but just as great after what, a few hours.
He was going to build her a cabin.
This is fucking mind-numbingly bored. And Keegan, the bass in your voice, you sound like fucking Urkel. Like you drop your balls, actually have some fucking spine, and stand up. Maybe you would get a mod from a perspective. But right now, you sound like a Christian cuck who just believes that you're going to get everything after you die. Anything else? Is there anything else I need to address with the court?
That was a perfect 4 minutes. So just want to keep it at that time frame. Keegan
needs to tell the It should only be me and Brad right now. So yeah, but I'm saying, can you tell the room what you want to achieve from this room?
Publicly. Okay, Keegan.
Wait, one more time, Keegan, please. Go ahead. Yeah. So here's the thing. And my point is not that I care that Brad said this. Brad says the most egregious things of all time. Like we all know this. Brad goes, I'm not willing to stoop this low. I'm not willing to say
Hey guys,
It's because people want violence. They don't want to hear this boring ass.
especially when it's bitching and
I
crying
love that
about
black people.
Honest,
You don't want to debate. You would rather crash out. Let's have shit. Go out and crash out and break. Because we've all established the debate's fucking done. You look retarded, dude. That's about it.
Okay, guys.
Wait, what?
So I'm gonna. Okay, look. I have people over. I'm just casually listening now. I'm just gonna start. I have my eyes on several people. Okay, we don't need the ankle biters. We do not need the people giving in their 2 fucking cents. We don't care. Literally, nobody wants to hear you guys. Nothing you say adds any value to the conversation. It's not even entertaining. So I'm just going to start kicking people when you guys start doing that. Just shut your fucking mouths and let Keegan and Brad go back and forth. And that's that.
Just like I can't do this stuttering thing for 20 minutes at a time. Like, I mean, if you're gonna, if
You say you're a man of your word, Brad. You don't pay your bets. You lie about what you say. Will you now say that you said that you're going to pay my dog?
Hold on, Brad.
Like, the things I want for Brad is for Brad to confirm whether or not he truly did say he was going to bang my daughter when she turns 18, and then whether or not he actually owes $1,000 to Diogenes Spooner. Brad, can you say yes or no to those questions?
Sure, I'm definitely now, even more so, I am definitely going of age. She will have the best porn production that exists on the planet. We will do some Playboy raunchy stuff.
Sounds classy.
And we're going to make it classy porn.
He's my dad's age, everyone.
Dude, literally shut the fuck up, Brad. Fuck you.
Guys, I don't want to move anybody to the audience. I don't want to move anybody because I understand that everybody has grievances, but if y'all talk over the main attractions, we're going to have to move people down. And I really don't want to do that because I understand everybody has something to say. But if anybody interrupts Brad and Keegan, we're going to have to. Who's that? You got to go. You got a problem, you got to go.
Nope, I end up moving a few people down right now.
Look, yeah, so Brad, you still didn't answer the question. Did you or did you not say that you were going to bang my dog? Yes or no? Easy answer for a man of his word. Proudly, speak now or forever hold your peace. Proudly.
Keegan, I told you, I'm not going to let you suck me off. I promise you, there's not going to be a tap in the back of the head. So, I'm bored already. And anything else you have, dude? Like,
Dude, why will you?
We talked about all the shit you want for
You say that you're a man of your word, but you want your back. Why not back to your word?
Okay, like, are you gentlemen trying to reach a resolution on
No, I don't. I usually just let them go.
They're trying to get a reach around.
What I'm saying is whether or not Brad.
Hold on. I'm a stuttering fucking idiot with
what you said.
While he's going,
Be a man of your word.
we'll do another fun room. Keep his like fucking whatever you want to go in or whatever pole he's got. He's like sliding up and down on. But that's about it. I mean, Keegan, you got packed up like what, 15 times today? You lose. I'm sorry you're not man enough to stand next to me. You can't even sit in my fucking shed. You're not a man.
Brad, that's the thing.
Nothing.
You're not a man. You're like Dad's age.
You are nothing. I don't care. I don't really fucking care.
I hope I don't end up with
You're dead. Enjoy the fucking video. We'll have that one since it's your fucking ear. I will.
I think lying about my dad. I can't believe you guys my age.
No, I think it's been a lot of fun. But again, as Craig can attest,
Are you out of breath already?
hours today, and I'm already bored.
What are you doing? You took a phone call.
Well, the people wanted a Keegan and Brad bang fest on the stage. I don't think it's going to happen. Brad is tapping out. He said he's done. No one's going to reach a resolution today. I know no one wants my advice, but if I could say in parting, can we leave the babies out of the war? Can we leave the children out of the clubhouse sparring? Keegan?
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, it's just that I want people who are not trolls, who take themselves serious on this app. I say no one should take themselves serious. This app isn't serious. There's 4 rooms in this in Clubhouse. It's race, politics, religion, and drama. That's it. That is all the rooms. Oh, I guess you could also add like the sex debate, right? It's
gonna sit here and act like you never hosted racist ass spaces, bro. I've literally sat in those spaces, and the only reason why there's no audio of you is because a person like me doesn't run content no more. Otherwise, I would have ran content on you holding racist spaces. I've literally sat in your spaces, so I think it's funny. You can host racist spaces, but you want to draw the line when your kid gets talked about. and that's why I stamped fake outrage on this app, right? Because that's fake. How can you sit here and host spaces about black people being poor, black people being this and that, but then you want to draw the line when your kid gets talked about? Now, I noticed one thing you didn't call out is the fact that you spoke on other people's kids. You spoke on Shashai's kids, you spoke on Jazzy's kids, you spoke on all these other women's kids as well. So how is it that you are the quote-unquote, because you're Christian, right? So am I. So how is it that you are the quote-unquote Jesus Christ of this app? But now, all of a sudden, you know, when your kid gets talked about, then it's the whole app needs to shut down for Brad. Well, my whole thing is this, man. As men, you're talking about as a man that doesn't stand on business. Well, I think it's kind of crazy for you to be a father, get your kid talked about, and you don't want to go stand on business behind your child. I think you making a room on Clubhouse talking about how a man talked about your child is probably one of the most pussiest things you can do. I think if a man talked about your child, you need to go handle that man in person. See, that's how you're going to show your child that you're really a man. See, you show your child that, oh, hey, if someone talks about you, get on the internet and trauma dump and bleed about it. That's not how you show your kid how you're a man. Show your kid that you're a man by actually standing on business. Just like how quote unquote Brad didn't stand on business over what he said. You're not standing on business over what he quote unquote said to your child either. So if you don't gotta stand on business, why should you?
Craig, but here's the thing. I'm not mad that he said that. That's not the point. My point is that he's now lying that he said that. My point is that he's lying about that he doesn't owe someone $1,000. My point is that he says he's a man of his word, but he won't even own up to what he says, right? I own up to what I say. I said things about people's kids. I said, and guess what though? I sit on stage with Shy. I sit on stage with Jazzy. Why? Hey, I'll come back. I said, hey man, that was a little bit too far. I should not have said that. Right now, have I ever said something egregious like that? No. But I think I've said I called them out for being bad mothers. But and again, maybe that was when I didn't know that. Well, it doesn't matter. I've apologized for it. And I've also said about business. I say I have said those things. Everyone's missing the point here. Brad doesn't even care. Doesn't even want to acknowledge that he said that because he knows what he said was wrong. And he would rather, instead of acknowledging what he said was wrong, say, no, I would rather not talk about it and say something else. And that's the point, Craig, is that you guys are defending a man who wanted to stand on business. Like you say, you know, black people are always about stand on business, man. Stand on business. Brad doesn't stand on business. Brad doesn't even, he's not a man of his word. Yo, Diageo said, pull up. Diageo said, yo, let's go to Tennessee. Diageo said, let's go to Texas. Guess what Brad said? No. Brad doesn't stand on business. Like, this is crazy. You're defending a man who doesn't even do the things that you say.
This is about hypocrisy based off of another race and their expectation of what everybody should be doing?
No, this is what black people did. I said black people like to say stand on business. Craig just said stand on business.
Well, you just said earlier that you didn't say anything racist, but now you just said, well, everybody knows I just said something racist. Yep, and the replays is on, so I'm glad you said that. Trick bag, we did it, Joe. I don't even like Kamala Harris, but we did it.
Brad says Keegan is a huge racist on this app. He's so racist. He's an anti-Semite. I never said I wasn't.
Well, he talked about your daughter. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, bro? I'm just being real. Who cares if your 2-year-old daughter got talked about? Are you going to do something about it? No, I don't care. I don't care if you... Look, I'll say this. Brad is wrong for talking about your child. Now what are you going to do? Brad is wrong for talking about your child. Are you going to go do something about it? No, you're not. You're going to continue to sit in this room. You're going to continue to gather sympathy. You're not going to do shit about Brad. I'm telling you that. Brad talked about your daughter, and you're sitting here bleeding to a bunch of people that don't even care about your daughter either. No. You are wanting sympathy, and if you're trying to push a lie, say, oh, he said he's going to fuck a 2-year-old. When literally in the clip, it literally said he's going to fuck your 18-year-old daughter. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that because there's women that say they're going to fuck your dad and all this shit too. It doesn't matter, bro. It's all the same shit.
Gentlemen, you know the audience can't hear if y'all are both talking over each other. It's hard to hear everybody at the same time. So
I know we want to bang out, but
I mean, nah, it's just he just sat here and went on a whole rant that wasn't even true. Like literally, when Brad was in this room, he did not say none of this. But now that Brad's not in the room, now he can try to push a rhetoric lie. Like, and that's why it's just like, bro, come on, man. Like, if you're gonna be a real man, to stand on what it is. You didn't want your daughter talked about. I've literally been hearing you talk about. He talked about my daughter. He talked about my daughter. He talked about my daughter. Okay, what are you gonna do about it? Like, that's all I'm saying. What are you going to do about your daughter getting talked about? We've heard you literally rant for the last hour about your daughter getting talked about. What is next? What is the next point of action? Is it just you complaining? Bro, no, you said it.
I don't have an issue with what, I mean, I have an issue, of course. I mean, I think it's disrespectful and egregious and whatever. My point is that Brad's not a man of his word. Brad doesn't stand on business the way that you say he does.
But you didn't stand on business either.
I'm not denying anything I've said.
You just said that you didn't say nothing racist until I came up on the stage and called it out. You just said there's no clips of me saying the N-word, there's no clips of me saying anything racist, but there's clips of him saying something racist. The replay is on. I'm going to do my own recap. Just know, I'm going to do my own recap after this, bro. I'm going to really take this shit to the dark side, and I'm going to really give the smoke because you're lying. And I'm glad the replays is on. And you better not have them, and you better not be N-word. The only reason why you're trying to clip is because I didn't record you. I stopped running content. That's why. And that's why. And trust me, like, I ain't got no tired. You came at the time period that I retired. So that's the only reason why there's no clips. Trust me, if I was in my prime still, I would have had all types of clips on you, bro. You're just a non-factor. You literally said the N-word. You said racist shit. You've held racist rooms. You've done all of that. So don't sit here and lie and say that you've never done any of that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. The replays is on. And that's what, how much money you want to bet how much money you want to bet you just said that? How much money you want to bet? You just said that Brad says the N-word, Brad says racist shit, and you literally don't. How much you want to bet you just said that out your mouth?
I'll bet $1,000.
Okay, all right. Remember that. Yep. Because remember that. You said that you didn't say nothing racist or anything of the nature.
$1,000.
Okay. That's what I'm betting. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Because trust me, I'm not finna run like Brad. I'm finna stay in the paint, nigga. I'm not one of that. I'm not like that. Because guess what? Your daughter got talked about and you ain't did shit about it. You're your biggest pussy of all. The fuck? And guess what? When your daughter turns 18, I'm gonna fuck that bitch. Now what you gonna do? I'm gonna fuck that bitch too. And I'm gonna throw up the set when I'm begging that pussy, nigga, on 30 credit. Now what you finna do? Nothing. You're not gonna do shit but sit in this room and bleed out your fucking pussy. That's all you're gonna do. You're not gonna do shit.
Hold on. Just hold on. Okay.
Hey, am I running the timer again? Because I gave up on that.
I think we have a timer.
Yeah, I think it's wide open now, right?
Yeah, the man attraction has ended between Keegan and Brad. Now this is the after show. The unexpected, surprising after show between Keegan and Craig.
This turned out way better than the Brad situation.
I mean, yeah, Brad tapped out. Keegan, would you like me to give you the mod badge yet now? Because there's an after party happening in the month. So I'm gonna go hit up the Brad and Keegan after party in the month. Allegedly, that's happening right now. I saw in the hallway. So would you like the
there's a Brad and Keegan after party in somebody's month?
This is about Green left. Of course you left. You know what's interesting is that $1,000. Everyone was here. What?
Oh, I'm going to my own. That's my after party. I'm going to my own after party.
Yeah, but see, that's that shit you talk about, right? Who the fuck is gonna run from a pale-faced faggot like you? You bleach roach, niggas don't give a fuck about you. You can't even stand the sun for more than 5 minutes. You pussy-ass light-skinned bitch. I will literally walk up to you and slap the fucking faggot out of you and make you a real black man. I will literally beat your fucking pussy-ass black and blue. Fuck you talking about, you motherfucking bleach monkey. You motherfucking pale-skinned bitch. Fuck you talking about. Bitch, you can't stand in a fucking pen with nobody. You sat here and fucking bleed about motherfucking Brad fucking your daughter. Nigga, I don't want to fuck your daughter when that bitch turns 18. I'm telling you right now to your pussy ass face. When that bitch turns 18, I'm gonna
my return.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm gonna bring him back up in a moment. He needs a moment. He's big miking. He needs a moment. Craig, I just want to make this clear because I feel like a good bet. I want to make this clear. You said that I've never said racist things. I want to make that very, very clear, everyone. Not that I said the N-word, because that's what I said. I said I've never said the N-word. You're never gonna see a clip of me saying the N-word. He says that I said you're never gonna get a clip of me saying something racist. And that's for $1,000, everyone. I'm a married man. I need that money. It would help out my family. I'm a poor white. I need money. I'm a poor white, but Craig can come back up if he wants to come back up. But yeah, I mean, listen. Craig's weirdly.
Bitch, you're not because I cut your faggot ass up. You're a bitch and I'll really beat the fuck out you. You already know that shit, nigga. You're not a married man. You're a fucking pussy, nigga. I'll fuck your wife and your daughter, nigga. You ain't finna do shit. You're a pussy as fuck. You're a pussy as fuck. You're a bitch. And I'm saying, who the fuck is afraid of you? Nobody. I'm gonna give you my room, nigga.
Wait,
so you know what it is. I'm gonna give him a little 4211C3 Drive, Decatur, California, Decatur, nigga. Please pull up. I'm gonna stand your ground state and I'm a fucking heavy. I will smoke you and your wife in front of your daughter, nigga. You're completely pussy, nigga. You're bending over and you took a picture getting bent over, nigga. You're a faggot. You like to get bent over by your fucking wife, nigga. Let's talk about it.
No, Craig, hold on. I only moved you to the audience just so I can say something. Okay? I don't want no smoke with Craig. Craig, I understand you'll pull up. You have shooters, allegedly. I want no smoke. I only moved you to the audience just to give Keegan that point. He does not want smoke with Craig. Now, Craig, I'm going to invite you back up. We're cool. I don't want no smoke with Craig. Keegan, I would tread lightly with this guy.
Well, no, listen, I don't know why Craig is like going out. Like, Craig's defending Brett, I guess. I'm just telling Craig, Brett doesn't stand on business. And now you're saying that I said some really racist stuff, which I'm not even denying. I've done racist rooms. I said stereotypes.
Bitch, you did deny it. You sat here and said that you didn't say nothing racist. You sat here and fucking said you didn't say nothing racist until I called your faggot ass out. Don't say shit. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Fuck you and your wife. I'm like, take the $1,000, I'm gonna fuck your wife with it. See, this is what I'm talking about. You ready to really talk about how white supremacy was so beneficial. What the fuck are you making for $1,000? You're a poor ass, faggot ass white man with a fucking broken ass home, a broken family, and a fucking fucked up wife. Fuck you talking about? Your wife fucked you in the ass, nigga. You hit around and watch black men fuck your wife. You're the big fucking cock of all. And like I said, I'm gonna have you watch me fuck your daughter when that bitch turns 18. I'm telling you this right now. You're not gonna do shit with me. All you're gonna do is fucking cry like a bitch. You've been crying about Brad. Oh, Brad talked about my... Thank you. Firstly, NY, I think you've been doing a very good job moderating something very difficult. What I don't understand is why Cray was given more than 15 seconds. And by the way, I've never heard him speak before. I have no idea who he is. I don't know who his friends and enemies are on Clubhouse, if he has any. But what I heard, I don't think adds a constructive value to this room. I heard a man, presumably he's a man, I'm not being gender or whatever. I heard someone yelling. I heard someone insulting. I heard someone talking about fucking family members, other family members in the ass. I know he was allowed to speak for 60 seconds, maybe 90. Personally, if I was moderating, and again, it's just my opinion, I wouldn't have allowed that to go on for more than 15 seconds because I don't see how it added any value whatsoever to the conversation.
Can I answer that really quick? So I was running the timer. We're not running the timer anymore. So I answered the first part of your question. That's why he was allowed to speak so long. And the second part of your question about being constructive, I think if you've been here long enough, you will know that nothing constructive is happening right now.
And not only that, the people felt a little let down. They didn't get the battle of the great mighty white man on the stage between Keegan and Brad. And so the after show was Keegan and Cray unexpectedly. And y'all don't know Cray. Cray is the king of Crash House. Cray, again, I want no smoke. I say that respectfully, sir. And so here we are. I didn't move you down, Cray. Listen, I moved Cray down because Cray is getting a little aggressive. He's crashing out, which is weird. I literally never had smoked with Cray until I guess today. And we spent $1,000. Everyone's here. It's all replay. I'm excited to listen back to see who owes the money. Pretty anxious about it. Not really. It was a great bet, easy bet for me. But my point is that Cray's saying, you're over here whining. You're whining about all this stuff. No, I'm not. My point is that Brad says that he's a man of his word. And I'm calling him out, saying he's not. I'm making the claim. You guys, and at fair point, everyone's like, well, you're saying that he wants to bang your daughter. He does want to bang my daughter. Now, he said when she turns 18. To you guys like, that doesn't really. And whatever I said about people's kids, which again, has not really been about the kids, but about the parents of the children. But because I say you're a bad parent, people say you bring children into the company. That's not really. I'm just saying you're a bad mom. But I have said racist things. Without a doubt, I don't deny it. I'm not denying what I say. I'm not denying that I brought in children. I'm not denying what I say. I'm saying that Brad has only denied what he said. And he'll go on stages and bash women and bash other people. And then when people go, you said the same. No, I haven't. That's not me. That's someone else. So that's my point. Is that Brad is just a liar. And it's just not he's not standing on business. Stand on business. Be a man of your word. Say, yeah, I did say that. Yeah, I did make that bet. Yeah, I don't care. That's what I wish you would say. But instead, he goes on stages and lies. It's weird. Keegan, if you don't mind, if we can give space to the main attraction of Clubhouse, one of my favorite new cast of characters on this app, the leading star of Clown House, Congressman, please, you have the mic, sir.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody here actually has an undergrad or a graduate degree, but spent years sitting in a classroom, reading, writing, researching, listening to a professor, taking notes, taking tests. That's called academia or college. This is called Clown University. And if you think that by, defending yourself or attacking another person makes you a better student in Clown University, well, just remember you're a clown. And if you think you're not a clown, I encourage you to go to my YouTube, my Instagram, my Clown House, my X account, and listen to yourself talking about what you talk about. If you're unaware of what...
Brad would like to speak to you in the other room where other people would like to.
Most people would like, Jazzy, you know what you're doing is not cool.
Yeah, it's your. First of all, I know you saw them begging me in the chat to open the room. Miss Nye, did you not see them begging me to open the room? I didn't want to open the fucking room. And then you told me to shut up. And that really just ignited the fire.
smashing everything up. Shut the fuck up. Show some decorum.
Hardface. Hey, Hardface man, fuck you. You fucking brick face ass cracker bitch. I don't know your fucking nothing. Nothing here trying to pack right up and practice in my room waiting on you, bitch. Okay, now if you want to come over, bring your bitch ass on. And if you're not gonna come, bitch, stay your funky ass right the fuck here. I don't give a fuck. Now, I don't know why Jasmine's mad that I went into her room this morning and all I said was, hey, I'm making a room at 3 p.m. And she asked me a moderator. I said, maybe. I didn't even give her a yes or no. Trev was there. And now they're like saying that they are owed moderation. They're owed. It's weird. This is weird day. Very weird. Here's my thing though. And this is no disrespect to Jazzy Shy. Y'all know I don't be for black women on social media. But I'm just curious. I mean, the grievance seems to be that this room was boring because no one would speak. And I think the rule was just let one mic at a time and let's just have some orderly fashion. But if the goal is to get everybody in the other room so they can yell and scream over each other and have a one-sided conversation, I don't understand the point, and I ask that respectfully. My point isn't that he's saying these egregious things. He says egregious things. Brad, that's who Brad is. My point is that Brad will say these egregious things and he doesn't stand on business. Brad has said that he never said that about my daughter until I showed the clip. Brad says he does not have that to about her, even though we have the proof. So Brad says egregious things, and he's not doing it. Brad is
out on the community that we can.
And here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I think everybody cares. Where you say nobody cares, I take the exact opposite. I think everybody cares, but to what degree do they care? To that degree, how does it affect their lives and how much time does it take up? That's the individual. But where you say nobody cares, I say everybody cares and we part as friends.
And I would say to you that people care to the extent that it benefits them as the individual, not as America.
I'm so glad you agree with me, my friend. Yes.
So what I'm saying, go ahead, Roger.
I just wanted to say, yesterday was one of my favorite days ever on the Clubhouse, and we raised $1,000 for Congressman Kitover, his campaign to change the world. He's going to change the world, one election at a time. And we raised $1,000, and on this app, in the declining state that it's been in, I think that's pretty impressive. And so we're going to continue to do more money bombs and raise more money and hire volunteers. Marshall's on board. In fact, I'm going to speak with Marshall live today. I'm going to give him a call and coordinate a time that he's willing to fly out with me to the great state of Illinois so we can meet with John Kitover to talk about campaign strategy and training people to knock doors. So we're going to make this happen. So everyone on Clubhouse can play a role in trying to get John Kitover. Here's the first goal. Remember this. The first goal is ballot access. All he needs is about, what is it? I looked it up yesterday. It's less than 600 signatures, but they're very picky about it. So you have to gather a lot of signatures because they're gonna toss a lot out. And it's expensive to go gather them. But if we can gather the signatures, there's no filing fee. We can get John on the ballot. Once we get him on the ballot, then we can worry about then we'll set goals from there. The debate stage, how do you move into being a viable candidate? But the first part of viability is ballot access. And so anyone that wants to help with their time volunteering or their money, they can give to John Kitover. John, I will mod you if you want to share the link up top, just so anyone that comes in the room can donate.
Sure, absolutely. I'll also put it in my profile. And yeah, that would be amazing if you flew out here. I would be willing to knock on doors with you and host you. I can, in my campaign HQ, I've got an extra bedroom, an extra living room, an extra dining room, and an extra bathroom. So.
Well, that's a charming offer. I am really partial. I'm a Marriott Bonvoy member, and I've got so much credit that if I were to stay in a place like Illinois, I would want to take advantage of one of their 5-star hospitalities for free. But you're welcome to come crash there.
Yeah, that would be amazing. So I'll post the link, and yesterday was an amazing day, but I would submit that what I think made yesterday work is actually reading the book and having a drama-free zone.
Yes, major breakthroughs yesterday. And what was your favorite part of yesterday?
Me resting in my feminine. That was my favorite part.
My least favorite part was text messaging. That was my least favorite part of the day.
That's my favorite part is unblocking. The unblocking.
It's the blocking and then the unblocking and then still the text messaging being unfulfilled.
So above is the Antidote link. I like how they named their company Antidote, as if this is the serum for a toxic situation. And yesterday we did raise $510, and I'm going to match every dollar of that. So the campaign now has $1,020 in its checking account, and 3 Craigslist ads have been posted in the top 3 towns. We've had 1 response from an individual, but it turns out it's a marketing company. So The Craigslist ads are not getting any response as they normally do. Generally, if you post in the job section on Craigslist, you are inundated with responses. But I'm posting in marketing, advertising, and PR, not the government section, because less people even look at the government section and say marketing, advertising, PR. But finding volunteers or independent contractors who are willing to knock on doors, stand outside of grocery stores, create digital content, come on Clownhouse, to create a bigger marketplace of ideas and content for the campaign. So I think everybody in this room who submitted yesterday some money, some big surprisers, people who, I love, and I don't hate anybody, but I did get some amazing donations from people who I thought, probably hate my guts. But, maybe they got a soft spot in their heart. So thanks to all the soft spots in the hearts and everybody else who gave yesterday. I really appreciate it. And we won't waste a dime of that money. We will use it all for communications, marketing, operations to get on that ballot in March.
I think soft spots is a good contender for my name change. I might angle on that. I think soft spots could be good. Steve, have you had a chance to look over the Congressman's platform? I know you were in that room yesterday. Are you inspired to take human action?
If you or John contacted me privately, I don't think it would be appropriate to contact me publicly. But if you insist,
No.
I would do it privately. Thank you.
I will take your lead. By the way, I have a call coming up later today with Lou Fax, world's famous Lou Fax, about doing an interview, and we're going to talk about the details of which platform. Maybe it'll be multi-platform, but he's very excited about the opportunity to interview somebody that's running for Congress.
I can't wait to do that. In my PTR, this is a press release I wrote for a news company here in Chicago who wanted to do an interview with me. This was the response that I gave them. It might be a little small to actually read, but this is something I wrote personally. It's not done with ChatGPT or anything like that, but it's addressed to the voters in the 16th District of Illinois.
I would like to ask John a follow-up question from yesterday, if that's okay, because I didn't hear anybody ask it. Is that okay, John?
Listen, Uncle Steve, I hope you don't think I'm anti-Uncle Steve in what you do. I think you're a great organizer, and I love what you do, and I have listened to what you do because I'm generally entertained and enjoy your rooms. So I hope there's no bad blood between the two of us. But go ahead, Steve.
Like I said earlier a minute ago, I've known you for years, and so I have a very good idea of what you are all about. And I have the ultimate most respect for Roger, which is why when he asked me publicly, I suggested he contact me privately. But that being said, you haven't been shy throughout the years of saying, quote, all communication is hypnosis, close quote. I've heard you say that at least 50 times. I'd like to know now that you're running for Congress, if you would like to comment on that fact. Thank you.
Sure. So I've expanded my definition of communication from all communication is hypnosis. And I got that from a neurolinguistic programming book that I read from the 80s, where it said in 85, the Association of Neurolinguistic Programmers declared that all communication is hypnosis. So the expanded definition, in my opinion, is that all communication is political. All communication is spam. All communication can be propaganda. So I think if you frame communication in the lens of hypnosis, it might take the sting out of some people's toxic attitudes or, demeanor or personality, where it's a reframe. So that's all it is to me, Steve. I don't think that all communication is just hypnosis. It's other things as well.
My only response would be that since you're now running for Congress, to say as you did 60 seconds ago, quote,
that's why I said it. And I can tell you that if you come on this app and you listen to a lot of the communication on here, it's up to you to determine whether or not it's spam. If you want to have spam for lunch, feel free. It's up to you.
John, I got a question for you. Certainly, it's a question you're going to get asked if you get interviewed by Lou. What would you be would you be in support of reparations?
Sure. So I've been on this app for many years. I've had many conversations, and I've visited many different types of rooms. And I found myself in a room once with a bunch of African American women who were talking about BLM. And I told them, I asked them, what are their priorities? They told me, I said, well, what do you think about protesting at the doors of a Federal Reserve facility? And they said, well, why would we do that, John? I said, because, your attention and awareness, it needs to be expanded. You have to realize that if we inflate the currency supply to give you reparations, it's borrowed. It's all coming from the Federal Reserve. So I think with regards to the BLM component, why I told them to protest the Federal Reserve is because, the whole thing is tied to reparations and this political aspiration. I would just say, I've heard you say it to African Americans talk about reparations. Don't you know you're essentially borrowing from yourself to pay yourself? So it's a political topic, but I believe that in the now, there are no former slaveholders or anyone currently living that had anything to do with that. So we're in a reset period. But if you absolutely insist on reparations and that's your only political aspiration, well, I would say expand your political aspirations. But I do not think that African Americans will get reparations in this country. And in fact, I think there's probably a lot more evidence to suggest that they've already gotten plenty of reparations and they're currently getting reparations. So that's my opinion.
That's solid. Typically, when I get in there, I inflame the rooms with, I just say point blank period that I'm in opposition to reparations. But then I do walk it back and say that if I were on this train, what I would be advising is to demand that the government sell federal lands to raise the money, because that would be met with much less resistance than increased taxation, which essentially is taxing yourself to pay yourself.
My question would be, why should I get something that I didn't earn?
It's a very valid question.
Well, I mean,
I've sent invitations to people down in the queue. If you'd like to come up, just accept the invite. Come on up, join the conversation.
My father was born in 1919. My grandpa was born in the late 1890s. And both of them taught our family very well that they themselves never met a slave, didn't know a slave owner, and that they still made it in America. So I'm just trying to figure out, are we really saying that someone deserves something even though they didn't earn it? And to my knowledge, every single slave owner purchased their slaves with their own money. So if I go and purchase something today, should then I be guilty in future generations because Edward purchased something and other generations should have rights to what I purchased? I don't think so.
I think there is the problem of considering human beings to be property. I think that would be the pushback you perceive.
Roger, I agree. But where in human history that another human being, person of the human being, this is on every continent. I mean, America is only 2
This is where I would submit that all communication is hypnosis, because I listened to an African American woman who did a CRT DEI lecture at a Google office for two hours or even 3 hours, and I recorded the whole thing. And she was a great public speaker, but the belief in structural white racism or a white supremacist system that should give you a kickback because the system is so inherently unfair, that's a track in a communication. That's one communication piece. It's an all or nothing position statement. Now, if you were to listen to our audiobook of the Tao Te Ching, that is more of an intelligence education communication. So I'm just saying that if you're only going to go off of this one track, which is an all or nothing position on structural white racism and reparations, is that not the definition of persuasive hypnosis? I mean, you tell me, like, are you going to go all or nothing because of this one information piece, or are you going to use other information, as your guiding principles? To me, it's madness.
Hey, Howard, you said a transatlantic slave trade, they emphasize the trade. What were you saying? I mean, you know what was being traded, but
Yeah, human beings. That was being traded, correct.
I was curious why you emphasize the word trade. Like, you do know the word trade, emphasize that word. I'm just curious why you emphasize the word trade.
Because you got to go to the supply chain. Okay? So I'm going to ask you a question since you asked me the question. Where did the supply chain of trading start? Where did it start at?
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I understand. So if you would like to go to the supply trade where it started, then we can have a conversation. But until then, I don't think we have a conversation because everything has to start somewhere. Where did it start? Where did trading start? And it did not start in America. Remember, it's called the transatlantic.
Hakima, I think he's referring to the slave traders or the inventory holders or the capturers in Africa that was selling them to the Portuguese or the English or whoever was, involved in slave hustling. Like, he's referring to Africans engaged in slavery or Arabs and Muslims engaged in slavery, transactions.
I don't think it was involved in slavery or they had predatory war, and they didn't treat them like property and savages, like savages, and just murdered them and just stole their identity. That's not what was going on. But I mean, I'm not sure if that's what he's talking about. I don't see. Well, can I finish? I just walked to the. I was about to say I just walked to the room today. I'm missing some context. So I was just wondering about the car when you said trade. I was wondering what you meant.
Well, I think that John explained it to you that you got to go to the supply chain first. Okay. You named a couple people groups, but yet you did not acknowledge the group that you talked about. You said you don't think that they did what you believe that they did to the percentage of blacks that came to the shores of the United States. At the time, there were 13 colonies. So I would like to know from you, do you know the number of actual people that made it to the shores of the continent of the United States?
388,000.
And I want to ask you a question. Were all of them that came over on the ships, do you know the number of those that were never slaves, freemen?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean right there. They all came as slaves.
Okay, so obviously that's not historically correct. So before you and I have a conversation, I would like for you to actually go back and look at freemen. My
just here, and they weren't. Like slavery predated the 13th colony. And the 388,000 that came here came as slaves. There was people here, there was freemen. There were some people that came over that was freemen, but they didn't. But the 388,000 are talking about the enslaved people. That's where that number comes from. So when you say that some of them people were freemen, no, they weren't. The 388,000 particularly talk about a group of people. It was the one that was brought here as slaves. That is that number, the 388,000.
And I agree with you. Those were the ones who came here that were traded before they got here. Okay? They were traded before they got here. My question is, did you go back to the supply chain of who traded them and sold them into slavery?
You're making up a whole term, this whole supply chain thing. Like you're literally making up a term that is not spoken of in history. Like you're trying to complicate something that's not complicated. Like did some Africans? May I finish? Thank you. Like did some Africans maybe sell some prisoners of war to some Europeans? Yes. Did they start it with that goal? Did they seek out the Europeans to sell these people? I don't think that's a part of history. So to act like that, like they just offered up this commodity to sell, and like they don't want to start it, like somehow this so-called supply chain, whatever you're talking about, it is the root cause is the Africans. It sounds like that's what you're saying. It really is. That is nuts.
Well, I appreciate you saying that something is nuts, but I would like for you to do some more research, brother, because what you're doing right now, we're not having a real serious conversation, because I've been to different countries. I've been to 54 countries, and I'm sorry to tell you, what you're talking about is absolutely asinine for you to actually think I'm going to sit here and listen to someone tell me something and they themselves did not do the history and the study of what happened before America was even in inception. This empire has been around for thousands of years before America was even thought of. Okay, so when you have these conversations, man, you got to come with more than just emotion. I'm sorry.
I mean, the emotion comes from your side. Like you're making it like I'm telling you exactly what's wrong with what you're saying. Like you're just telling me I'm wrong without telling me what's wrong. Like you're just coming with the emotion. Clearly, I'm coming with factual information. I'm directly talking to you about what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying what you're saying is wrong. Plus, I'm telling you what's wrong. But you act like you're the super educated guy, and I'm the one who needs to do more research. Yet you're not telling me what I'm saying is wrong.
Okay, I got a question, Edward, in regard to this. They had on the shore, was it where were the docks where the Spanish came and picked up the slaves? Because the biggest amount of the slave trade started, as you say, before the 13 colonies, because it was done by the Spanish, and they came up to these docks. How long had those docks been there, Edward, and who all were they doing business with?
Shirley, great question. The difference is, Shirley, I think that people should do their own research with the 4 countries that started the transatlantic slave trade, which were not here in the United States, and then the African countries that actually participated in trading of slaves. Okay? You just go back. It's so interesting. I'm not going to sit here and spoon feed people because everybody has a different narrative. And I like the fact that he said that I did not explain. No, I'm going to say it again. You got to go back to the origin of the transatlantic slave trade. That's what you got to do.
And the really nice thing about this is now we can ask Gemini that very question, and it'll give you probably a pretty concise answer. I'm not trying to be smart. Yesterday, I got in the middle of 2 men having a conversation, and it got bludgeoned. I shouldn't have done it, and I shouldn't be doing it right now. But it's such an interesting topic. And before I read what you're talking about, Edward, I just thought that the 13 colonies were the only terrible people who participated in slavery, and found out that we were not the only
it's a terrible institution. We're so glad that we aren't practicing it, except we probably have economic slavery. I don't know. We won't go down that line. We won't go down that.
So Edward, which African country was a part of the slave trade? Be precise. Which African country was a part of the slave trade?
Do I have a right to say I'm not going to answer the question?
I mean, if you don't know the answer, it's fine.
All right, thank you for making an assumption. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's clear that you don't know.
Yeah, I know it's clear that you like to make assumptions. So, you don't know me, I don't know you. Let's just make sure we keep it there. Stay in your lane, and I'm okay, bro. I'm good.
My lane is Clubhouse. We both in the same lane right now, in the same room, on the same stage. And we're talking about the same topic.
And you asked me a question, right? And I said, I am not going to
because you don't know the answer.
Okay, you got it. I don't. Just go ahead and take that. If that's what you want to say, go for it. Because I do know this. You don't know about something.
This has been a good discussion, but in about, oh boy, is it 15 minutes from now? We're going to mosey on over, those that want to the rational discussion group, where the topic is going to be, is Trump derangement syndrome, is that a proper framing of the progressive sentiment towards Donald Trump? And if not, what is? If we don't like that term, if that's not a good framing, we'd just like to know what is.
I'm gonna answer that question real quick. It's called a rational discussion. It's ironic. The room of your the name of your room is the exact thing that people are doing when they talk about Donald Trump and all the fuckery. When they are having a rational discussion, not TBS and all.
Interesting. Yeah, so the room will really be an invitation to people that are critical of Trump, which invites me because I'm critical of Trump. I don't think that I have derangement syndrome about it. I think my criticism of him would be similar to any criticism that I would have of any president when they do things that I think are outside of the bounds of protecting individual rights. I think that markets and people should be free. And I'm a bit of a zealot when it comes to those things, and that's why I don't get caught up in some of these movements. It's also why I'm inspired when someone that's running for Congress, even though it's not my district, is saying that they want to bring attention to the debt, $37 trillion in debt. So that's why I support John Kitover for Congress. There's a link above if anybody wants to click on it. They can get. By the way, this is not a contest of how rich you are, and a smaller donation doesn't mean that it's smaller support. In fact, every dollar counts in campaigns like this. And so, if you have $1 to give, if you have $10 to give, if you have $100 to give, all of those are appreciated. Or any denomination in between. I would just ask you prayerfully consider it. Say a prayer, open the link, and then listen to the Spirit. Let the Spirit guide you on what you should give. If the Spirit tells you to give nothing, well, then so be it. How can the Spirit be wrong?
I would say just take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Click that link above. Your money will be allocated absolutely transparently. We need people on the ground. And Mojo has volunteered to fly out to Chicago, stay at a Marriott, and knock doors with me to get the required number of signatures, which is about 600, but we'll probably need thousands. And your money will help this campaign. This is not a joke. I know many of you know me as a joker, a comedian, a troll, a clown, somebody that likes to have fun on this app with you. But, this is a real campaign, has a real checking account. It's got a real EIN number. We're really in the FEC website. And your donation probably will actually show up in the donation reports. So just FYI. But johnforcongress.com is the website, and the antidote link above is the payment platform and landing page that we're using to generate funds for this campaign. And so far, Clown House users, aka Clubhouse users, have donated over $500 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, and I'm honestly flummoxed, floored, extremely happy, extremely excited. And as Mojo said yesterday, Darren LaHood in the 16th District, the Rhino Republican vaccinologist who has created $20 trillion in debt, is probably thinking, oh shit, this guy's actually raising money. So we do need to open up that muff and create a bridge or an opening to the voters of the 16th District. And hopefully this type of economic and fiscal conservatism, aka common sense, will be able to create, a groupthink, a herd psychology effect. I mean, this is the biggest problem going, in my opinion. $37 trillion is completely unsustainable. $1 trillion a year in interest payments on a $37 trillion mortgage. This came out of nowhere in just 20 years. So unless Congress and the Senate and the president and everybody actually starts tightening their belt and saying, you know what, we've had 25 years of war, we're $37 trillion in debt, maybe it's time to stop spending and borrowing. I'm complete. Thanks, everybody. This is John Kitover.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes before the rational discussion group is going to open. I know this is going to be a great room. We're going to have Hanson Burlingame helping us lead the discussion. We will leave the chat open, unlike the critical thinking forum. We like to provide, a feedback loop. We see that keeping the chat open helps to allow more participation in these conversations. The topic today for the rational discussion group is the term TDS, is that an appropriate term to capture the sentiment of progressives? And if not, what would be a more appropriate term? That's the discussion we're having. Brad, let me give you my take on what I've observed today. And I know that you're not asking for my feedback, but I'm going to offer it up. I think that, first of all, congratulations for kicking the shit out of Keegan. I think he's one of the more despicable human beings on the app. So you represented well there. That said, I think that maybe after listening to what you said, maybe the next Brad rant, maybe there could be some edits to the takedown. I think there's ways to take down Keegan without some of the things that were said. I'm still Team Brad when it comes to your battle with Keegan, but I have decided that when it comes to Brad versus Shirley, I'm Team Shirley. So I'm not a never Bradder, but I'm also not an always Brad. Brad, would you like to respond?
Thank you for that elegant bipartisanship that you just displayed there. That's fine. I think I did this enough today. I don't know how much more people want. I just wanted to come in and apologize to Nye. She did not need to be caught in the crossfire of that. I don't know why they chose you to run that room. That was kind of weird. Should have declined it. And I know some people threw some shade at you. I apologize. If you missed the Cray pack up, I suggest that you listen to the replay.
I heard it, and I have to tell you, that's when I opened the room for the drama-free zone. I think that his threats of violence against Keegan are things that shouldn't be said on the app. And even though I find Keegan to be one of the most disgusting people, I'm not going to side with people like Craig. And in fact, I think there's a reason why threats happen on here. These are the kind of things that don't happen in the real world. When people have that kind of animosity.
But we can differ on that. I think it was coming to that point. I mean, there was nothing more to go down. Again, I don't like the white Christian male nationalists. I don't like those types. I can't stand it. If you're in the audience, you're not going to win any favor with me. I think you actually give Christianity a bad name. I think you're you incel wannabes that go to Target to shop for white bed sheets are pretty fucking sad. And again, you guys jerk off to porn on a fucking computer in your mama's basement while playing fucking war games and think somehow you have some relevance in society. And you really don't. No one's going to vote for you. No one's going to be the reins of power. And all of you Nick Fuentes types, you Groyper types, whatever label you want to go by, I think you're all just a bunch of faggots. And I can't stress that enough. I think you're pathetic and weak. And when you go up to somebody and start shit, and then they throw shit back at you, you become the most butthurt, bitch hurt, soft fucking man there is. And you spend your entire time whining. And you're really you're worse than the progressives. I will say this. Here you go, progressives. Here you go, liberals, Democrats. You are right. There is a problem with Meg. It is the Nick Fuentes incel types like Keegan and others and the Kroy person, whoever you want to, that have infected it. It's herpes on the stain of Republicans and conservatives. And this is why I don't give many credence. Roger, this is why I just choose to just go straight for the heart and the jugular and just rip it out and own their souls.
All right, fair enough. Brad, would you consider offering an apology to Shirley for yesterday?
Really? All right, I will apologize, Shirley. You didn't deserve the vehemency in which I attacked you. I would truly withdraw that, and I truly am sorry. I did not like being cut off. I do not like being the target. And if anybody gets in the way, I will definitely throw absolutely everything, including the kitchen sink, at whoever's in my way to get to the target. I do not have a selective switch. I just go for all. So I suggest people just duck out of the way and not try to stand in front of me.
I think that was a great, sincere comment. Shirley, if you want to reply.
Hun, I knew that's how it was before you said any of that. I'm not sure everything you said because I'm painting and I walked away to look for the stir stick. I love you, Brad.
There we go. Bringing people together. Getting them up.
I will say what I've told everybody. Yeah, we got mixed it up a little bit. Brad, if I got in trouble and he was in arm's length of me and he could get me out of a jam, he would lay his life down for me. And I know that, and we just we bumped into each other yesterday. Okay, is that fair assessment, Brad?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, travel on and be happy, everybody.
All right.
Shirley, I want you to travel into the chat. John actually put the first information in, and then I added to the base of your question, so you know exactly the start of it, and also the countries.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually love history, and I would love that conversation extensively. Anyway, I'm gonna mic up. It's been a rough day. I've been looking for this and looking for that and the paint sticks. And anyway, y'all.
Can I just say something to Brad? You know, Brad, I record everything I listen to on this app. And so if you do want to hear your playback and actually really break down what you're saying, I would encourage you to listen to it, and I can delete it if you want. But I would encourage you to listen to your public speaking because it's great in terms of optimizing your public speaking and reflection, contemplation, meditation, that type of intelligent approach to communication.
I appreciate that, John. I actually don't like the sound of my own voice. Listening to me talk. So that's really hard for me to do. I think a lot of people feel the same way I do. We just don't like hearing ourselves in conversations. I don't mind engaging in conversations, but I mean, yeah, you can delete whatever. At this point, it's Clubhouse, it's Clown House, whatever you want to call it. And I've battled enough people on this app. Like, I really wish more people would put a bigger stance against, like, you know, if you're gonna go with a political group, like the Christian nationalist movement, like you should be upset at kids. You should literally hold their the small balls that they have to the fire. You should tell
motion.
shouldn't be separated from having infrastructure projects of their own or their own creation.
Oh, yeah, ocean now. You've transformed back to the ocean. Interesting.
Person in the fucking country and deport them. That's absolutely insane, considering 3/4 of the country was magically fucking Hispanic when the country was added with all these two states after the treaty of what was it, Guatemala or whatever it is, to the Mexican War. Like these talking points that these idiots have is absurd. And no, women shouldn't lose the right to vote. You shouldn't be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, knocked up, making cucumber sandwiches with these watermelons.
So, I just want to announce that I'm going to go open the other room in the rational discussion group. If you want to discuss whether or not the term TDS is a proper reflection of progressive sentiment towards Trump.
Hey, Anson, he's about to open up the room.
That's going to be the topic. I'm going to head over there and I'll see people.
So I can pin the link to this room and everybody can click through, or you can go to your hallway and see the room with Anson and Mojo. Anson is in the campaign to elect John Kitover. He's headed over there now. Let's see if I can find it.
I don't understand. I just want to say that quickly to Brad. Brad, I heard what you said about me.
Yeah, by the way, I wrote a book, so I would be happy if you like.
You want me to read it?
I would be happy to share it with you. So.
Okay, yeah. Let's do it. Let's read it. Let's make it into an audio book.
Hey, let me share it. I sent it in the chat, brother.
Just read me the first 10 sentences.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and mod up Anson here. We're not going to get started right away. We're going to let people pack in. We will make sure that we start right at 2 o'clock Pacific time and 5 o'clock Eastern. You do the conversion if you live elsewhere, not the world clock. But let me see if I can bring some people up. We'll just have a little bit of small talk, as they say, until the room really gets cracking into. The format for this room, this is my preference.
Alright, I asked you for 10 sentences. You didn't give them to me.
First framing question, and then he likes to hear what everybody has to say, and then towards the end he kind of offers his response to things, although he may interject. This is supposed to be interactive. This is not one of those rooms where somebody's given, endless amount of time to drone on and then they're moved to the audience. It's also encouraged to participate in the chat to whatever degree you would like. Just be polite, respectful to people. We're going to have this conversation. I love this question, by the way. I hope you guys are enjoying these rooms. I know that I've been getting a lot of positive feedback for these rooms. And if you have topic suggestions, please back channel me, back channel Anson. We'd love to hear this stuff. But let's just get a little bit of small talk going. We got about 7 minutes before we officially open. Let's hear what's on your mind.
I'd like to go just super quickly. Anson, these last few rooms have been very informative and very enjoyable, and I was just going to beg you guys to turn the replays on, and I see that they're on, because you're just that good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the kind of feedback loop. You were not the only one that requested replays to be on, and since the rooms stream to YouTube, there's no reason why we wouldn't record these rooms. So replays are on.
Well, I just want to say really quickly, I think this is a great topic. I'm very excited for this discussion, especially to hear the thoughts from people who did
like Trump. And perhaps they'll share why. And why is there?
And I hope for those that pick the choice in the poll that they prefer a different term, I hope for them to offer up a suggestion. If the TDS term is not the proper term, then maybe we can figure out what the problem will now engage with politics because of this Trump phenomenon. And his supporters, his detractors, they're very passionate about things, but this will be, I think, the beginning of a mature dialogue to bring people together that love, hate, or are indifferent to the guy, to figure out, can we have a fair framing of what the critique is? That's my hope, that we're going to start that process. We got about 5 minutes before we really kick things off. Wanted to just welcome everyone. If you want to join the stage, please raise your hand. It's open to everyone that wants to participate politely. So this is great.
I really like what you just said, Roger, that I would hope, you like it or you don't like it, come up with a new name if you want to. But the bottom line is there is a strong sentiment by a lot of people that continue to harp on, in a negative way, essentially everything that Trump does. And if we can somehow figure out how to better criticize Trump, but more important, move beyond criticism to a constructive alternative. When we start doing that, and it's rational, and it's polite, my God, we can make some progress. But if all we do is criticize heart, criticize hate, etc., either way, across either side, then we're not making any constructive process to come up with better solutions. And that's the reason I'm looking forward to this, particularly if we can take it to the point of what else can we do besides just hate, whatever. Yeah, so I've been thinking about this all day because I've got shit to do, but I divide the TDS problem because Roger asked earlier, how we could think about TDS. And I think there are two camps. There are those that are fundamentally opposed to the policies that any of his initiatives, manifest. And then there's a camp that I think has not been discussed that I have seen in my interactions with my Canadian business associates. That is the manner in which he executes. It's abrupt, crass at best, and rude many times. And by anyone who, even if you're the staunchest of Trump supporter, you could always say there was another way of handling it. When the electorate elected the guy, we did it with our eyes wide open, knowing that it wasn't always going to be the way you would do it. And what I find unique about, the incrementally higher level of anger associated with the way in which he does work is that they haven't realized that in many cases they're angry with how he does it. And I'm going to cite a couple cases even the last week to make my point, because I know there are people who fundamentally disagree with his policies. I'm not disregarding that, but I do think the value add and anger that is shown towards him reflects, at least in part, the way in which he does it. And even Joe Scarborough said that liberals amongst themselves talk about the crime in cities, including Washington, D.C. So that's just the one in this particular case this week. And even Democratic senators, most notably Fetterman, although they don't react immediately, confirmed that maybe we should listen to what he says instead of how he says it with respect to things like the Israeli conflict, AI management, and trade. So, to build on Anthony's comment, I think a lot of the anger that blinds fruitful discussions around what he is trying to implement comes from at least how he does his business. And Anthony, thanks for prompting Mojo to have this room.
May I butt in for a second, just real quick? Sure. Thank you. I want to go backwards for a second because I had TDS in 2016, and I argued with people I've known all my life, never ostracized anybody. And I had to come to terms with that. I was just triggered with some of the closest people in many rooms, and I'm still close with them. This time, I had to realize after the debate, triggered or not, Trump was going to be my president. Then, when Kamala peaked at the convention and all they could talk about was her joy, not any accomplishments, we all knew Trump was going to be our president. I had to look at it differently. I couldn't go through life being triggered every day. So the only thing that I wish that the people on the conservative side would do is when you're in a conversation with them or online, they don't just come right out, you have TDS, because it's a catch-all phrase now for anything they disagree with. And it closes down the conversation because you are branded and really can't speak rationally about anything he does. And so I think we do need a new name. I don't know what it is, but that's going to help, I think, foster conversation when I don't hear I have TDS when I've overcome it. So those are my thoughts.
I'd like to weigh in on that if I am audible. You guys can hear me. James Lindsay has a 7-minute video called Thought Terminating Cliches. And he says these are slogans that shut down discourse. You have TDS is one of them. But there's also many others. Like examine your privilege. Or you don't get to say that because of who you are. There's many of them in our society. So I understand when someone's lobbing a slogan at you, what they're telling you is, I don't care to hear what you have to say for whatever reason. Either they can't refute it, or they're pissed that you're right, or whatever. And, take a minute to see if it's worth the fight. Because if they've already shut down listening to you, you're really doing a lot of work for little reward. Thank you.
You ready to start the room, Roger? Yeah, let's go. I want to get your framing of this and your initial thoughts, and then we'll kick it around. And I'm looking forward to this chat. Hopefully, there's some people here that have some real strong criticism of Trump that can talk to us about the better way for us to understand those critiques and maybe get specific. We might find some areas where we agree. It could be helpful. Go ahead, Anson.
Well, the reason I picked this topic is one of the reasons that I decided to work with Roger and spend my time in a different room. The term Trump delusional syndrome is resented by several people in the other room because a syndrome is a mental illness, and there's no way we can diagnose a mental illness on Clubhouse. Trump delusional syndrome implies a sickness and a diagnosis, and absent a professional diagnosis, it's a ridiculous term. And is Trump delusion. So I didn't particularly like that. Voiced an objection to it, and here I am. That's not the only reason, but here I am. Now I prefer a different term, and I've been thinking about it. And I think I'm dropping the term syndrome in the first place. And I'm dropping the term delusional because that can be considered a mental health aspect. And I picked UTD, ultra Trump disgust. Now, I originally thought instead of the U meant universal Trump disgust. But no, that's too big, meaning it always is there. Ultra Trump disgust is a gross because you're disgusted with Trump and the way he presents things, the way he talks, all the things that somebody I think mentioned. That ultra Trump disgust rather is an indication that I'm disgusted with him, he can't do anything right.
But you can weigh into this is that do you feel?
So I'll pick UTD, but what I'm hoping that we go from is rather than accusing someone of whatever phrase, ultra, UTD, TDS, whatever, I agree with the observation by a couple of people that have already spoken that it shuts down debate. Okay, so I want to see how we can make progress with people that truly, routinely, almost always, if not always, indicate their disgust of Trump universally across the board. He's just terrible. He can't do anything right, blah, blah, blah. Then we can move from that to, yes, I have UTD, but here is what I would do instead of what Trump is proposing to do. That's where we can make progress rather than harping on Trump and harping on how wrong his approach is, his policies are. Get out there and counter his policies with something rational and constructive. And that's where I hope we can move in our political debate. And I'll stop it at that and let everybody else talk.
I'll chime in since everybody stopped for a minute. I'm going to stick with TDS. I think it's appropriate. I mean, I get it. I'm not a doctor, nor do I understand all the mechanisms of the human mind, but I think it's a perfectly fine label. Since it seems politics is just about labeling and branding, that's pretty much where we're at. The issue that I have is I don't have a plethora of XGs or Rogers or Kellys or Ansons or Walser. I don't have those to debate with outside of maybe in this room. If we were to get into a deep dive on policy, there's plenty of crap that I wish people would talk about. Like originally, I thought the wall was the most retarded waste of money to ever be formulated in existence. I think to this day, I will still say the wall is a stupid idea. Do I think we should strengthen our borders? Absolutely. Do I think we should have a better immigration system? Absolutely. Are there loopholes, pitfalls, and dangers that come with our immigration? Absolutely. I personally want to go back to the time when I was a kid where you could freely just walk across the border to Canada or Mexico and come back with your driver's license. We had that open range. We had people in all three nations shifting back and forth along the border, working and living in harmony until we decided that we needed to have better IDs, more controls, and I get it, 9/11 was scary, and a lot of these policies have implemented. But to say, I never did these types of arguments. Maybe XG once in a while will go on, and Roger will say something on the economic policy. But we rarely have these discussions. Militarily, I agree with the Iran strikes. Many people don't. I think they were appropriate. I think it is something that needed to be done. It should have been done decades ago. And
a reticent on that.
I want to go the other way. I think Trump derangement is perfect without a modifier.
Okay.
And so
Did I break up?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No. I'll let you go. I'm not going to be like really long. I mean, I never get those attacks about Trump. What I get is the hyperbole attacks. I get that Trump's a fascist. That doesn't tell me anything. I get people that are not, like the big beautiful bill is anything but beautiful. It's just fucking big. It doesn't make any sense. Someone kind of debate me on that. Tell me how great that bill is. Give me what part you like. I don't have that. Give me the part you don't like. I'll probably agree with you because most of the people that pointed that out, I agree with this shit. So, I mean, we can't have it. And then you can't couch your feelings in that everything is great under Kamala or Biden. And I'm politically opposite of XG. I consider him a good friend. He's a good guy. I like his stances. And sometimes, I'm going to be honest, he's on the left or he's in his own little world. He's fucking right. He's 100% right. Roger is in the middle somewhere. He's 100% right at times. Like, I don't know why even the Trump people need to be on this one fence that everything Trump does is fucking perfect. It's not. It's a fucking waste. And it's shit that I wish he would recognize better and not do. But, you know, we're in that age. Now you can go, David.
Thank you. Real quick, I like just Trump derangement. It's actually his initials reversed. And why do we need a modifier? That's really part of the problem. The ultra or the syndrome, like you mentioned, are just part of what creates what Johnson so proudly and rightly called the Great Divide. Not proudly, but aptly. And so can't just be my mind. And then we're more open, I think, to maybe a middle ground.
Yeah, for me, I don't find the term to be useful in multiple senses. As in, one, I mean, yeah, it's a shutdown term, but at the same time, I also think it kind of like dismisses a lot of valid complaints that are there from the left as well. Like, it's been overgeneralized to include every single complaint about Trump rather than just people that are genuinely being fucking extremely hyperbolic, et cetera, right? Because I think that, for example, with me, one of my main gripes with Trump and the Republican Party as a whole right now is the fact that it seems like there's no principle left. I'll debate people on the big beautiful bill, because what the fuck do you mean the bills that are big are beautiful now? I thought Republicans were always about single issue bills, making sure it passes by itself and it's that good, blah, blah, blah. What I don't like is the hypocrisy on values when it comes to we're the party of law and order, but I'm going to go ahead and pardon 196 violent criminals from January 6th that were beating on police officers that I claim to care about, right? When it comes to I care about family values, but I'm going to go ahead and elect the man that probably would have been elected 10 years ago just based off the fact of his divorce history and his in the 34 felonies, whether you view them as violent or non-violent, whether you care about them or not. The Republican Party for maybe like 15 years back wouldn't have done it based off that. They didn't want Romney based on the fact he was a fucking terrorist of all things, right? So like for the most part, I feel like my main frustration with the Republican Party is the lack of principle or the lack of being able to stand on one principle and acknowledge when they're wrong or acknowledge when their administration is doing something in contrast to what their principles are quote unquote said to be, right? And I think that being frustrated about that isn't so outrageous to call it derangement. I think it's valid. And I think there's a lot of other Democrats and people like me who do have valid aspects. I do want to think about politics. Don't want to just say, oh, Trump orange man bad, Trump racist, blah, blah. And actually want to get against discussions. But because we have the complaint about Trump, and things about his media, we're dismissing the rest that are just batshit crazy. And authoritarians, they don't want to be painted like that. Don't paint the other opposing side if you don't want to be painted like that. Don't paint us as this one giant blue-haired monolith that just wants to cry about racism 24/7. When we actually, there's some of us that actually do have gripes and complaints that aren't delusional and aren't deranged. They're genuine gripes that, guess what? Some of the people in the right wing also share with us about the party.
Well, then maybe you should stop labeling everyone who was convicted of a crime on January 6th. I'll just address the room. I don't know who you are, sir. So when you're looking at hyperbolic rhetoric, it's coming from both sides. We've seen the enemy, and it is us. And when you call MAGA, MAGAS,
dictatorship, right? I mean, all these examples of Trump syndrome. We have our media, our left-leaning media, that devotes 24-hour coverage overanalyzing everything that Trump states, how he drinks water, how he sits in a chair. You have politicians, public officials, celebrities, left-leaning or so-called progressive voters, any given day of the week, crying, screaming across social media, declaring democracy is over because of Trump. What else? We have meltdowns over Trump moving busts of MLK in the White House. Any decision that Trump makes is automatically interpreted as malicious or harmful.
Is this not everything you guys did with the Biden administration? And Obama, I'm waiting to say that. Like y'all act like this just started under Trump. Like to this day when people say Obama name, like Biden couldn't never come from work.
Gentlemen, the only difference is we did not disrupt our families and friend groups because they voted for Biden or Obama. We did not shun people because they voted for Biden or Obama.
You guys boycotted Bud Light because they had a trans person on an ad.
Why do you care?
Yeah, I mean...
No, wait, I don't care. I'm saying when you say you don't do it, stop acting like you don't, but it's clear that you guys
No, we didn't burn down Tesla dealerships or put the swastika in the
Hold on. Everyone chill out for a second. I thought I heard Nye trying to wrap up her point when I heard other people interrupting. I want to hear everybody's opinion. I think this is an important topic, but I want to hear Nye finish her point, and then somebody can respond to it.
Yeah, that's just my example. You see how quickly they were to come off the mic? I didn't interrupt anyone. They were so quick to come off the mic to bring up whataboutisms with Biden and Obama. And meanwhile, the difference is those who support Trump, we did not accuse those who support the left of being evil, of wanting to genocide everyone. We didn't call everyone Hitler. We didn't burn down cars. We didn't attempt to brainwash the children to think they're born in the wrong body. And we didn't label everyone who had opposing opinions as being Obama deranged or Biden deranged. The difference is, and I'll land here, seemingly Trump supporters are capable of critically thinking and engaging in discourse whether they agree with the other side or not, while leftists or progressives are incapable, seemingly, of doing that. I'll land.
Yeah, that's kind of laughable considering the party that had the biggest meltdown of all, which was having the fucking insurrection at the Capitol, happen because you guys lost an election. The same party that apparently doesn't cut family members off, but boycotted an entire alcohol brand just because a trans person happened to be featured on an ad with them, right? I hate this moral grandstanding as if you guys are so much better than the left, when everything you're complaining about the left doing right now is what you guys did during the Biden administration for 4 years straight. The motherfucker couldn't stutter once without you guys going into a panic about, oh my god, our president has no cognitive dissonance, his brain's gone, we're gonna get attacked by everybody because Biden doesn't know how to say 2 sentences in a row. Like, you guys were all over that. If we continue onwards, like, if we want to say that TDS is a valid term, then BDS is an equally valid term by the same metric compared to how you guys have treated Biden, and still continue to, whenever somebody today brings up an issue with Trump, or whenever somebody today brings up an issue that's happening today, you guys will always go to the past and always be like, but the Biden administration, but the Biden administration, but the Biden administration, even though that motherfucker hasn't been in office for over a year at this point. You guys blame every single one of your problems on Biden and have a derangement as to how he's the greatest threat on earth. And take in mind, you hate the Hitler comparisons, but you guys spoke the same way of Biden. So that's why I'm confused that everything that you're mad about is always what you've also done. Not a complaint as to, oh, the left is doing it, the right is doing it. It's always for me, but not for me.
XJ, knock off the profanity, please. Try to keep it clean.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm going to jump in real quick. We should try to get back on the topic. I think that would be important. If you guys know me,
side is very bad. But the question here is specifically around Trump. There seems to be a level of ostracizing that's happening in society that I've never experienced. I've heard people, make critiques of like, oh, that's my conservative friend, and then they would joke about it. During the Bush term, Bush was vilified, but you can still have family parties, and maybe the viciousness is just going to progressively get worse. I don't know, but where it's at today, I just want to point out that, unless you want to go back to Reagan getting shot or go back to Kennedy, keep in mind that the political apparatus in this country wanted Trump to not be on the ballot. They wanted to forego democracy. They didn't like him so much. They also wanted to throw him in jail. They wanted to weaponize the justice system against him. And then finally, when that didn't work, there was attempts to take his life. I think that things have gotten super polarized, and with the conversation in this room, does the term TDS best describe progressive sentiment? I'm seeing a mixed bag of people that are supportive and critical of Trump. They can find themselves on either side of whether or not they like this term or they dislike this term. I'm wondering, what would be I'd love to hear from somebody that's a progressive. What would you describe this sentiment that the progressives have towards Trump that seems to be that no matter what he does, he's the worst of the worst? What's the term that we use for people to catastrophize Trump in such a way that they will say he's literally Hitler? I'd love to hear from a progressive explain it to me. Okay, I know we have at least two progressives on the stage.
Hey, Ron, I didn't hear your question. What was the last part you said? The actual question.
Yeah, the question is how do you describe progressive sentiment towards Trump? This idea that that Trump can never do anything good. The thing that leads you guys to saying that he's actually Hitler. He's literally Hitler. How did we get this far, and why is it so catastrophized?
Because it's right there. He's right on the verge of being Hitler. I'm not just saying this now. I've been saying this since he started running. But when I found out about Project 2025, which he denied, but now he's running it like a fucking playbook. So every MAGA person gassing at us for months. He's not gonna do that, but now he's doing it. They not acknowledging like, oh shit. We said he wasn't gonna do it because it was fucked up. But now he's doing it. Now we're gonna ignore it. He's doing it and just move on. And every time somebody says something about it, we're gonna call it TDS. We're gonna say they're just deranged because they're calling out exactly what they said was gonna happen. Just because they call them out, now they are deranged somehow. It's crazy. They don't want to talk about the points of what he's doing. They want to just talk about they diagnose somebody with derangement syndrome, opposed to talk about the actual points. All the fucked up shit he's doing, attacking universities, attacking law firms, attacking the media, attacking the American people, tariffs, attacking the judicial system, executive overreach, damn near eliminate the legislative branch. The shit he's doing is unfucking precedented. Everyone want to act like it's just okay. It's not okay. He needs fucking give ICE $100 billion and another $50 billion for detention centers. Not add not one judge for deportation. He wants to put people in detention centers. He's not trying to deport. Everything he's doing is just fucked up. It's in the light. It very is. I don't see how everyone can't see it.
So, go ahead and chime in on this because Keeman and I are in completely different games. First off, for those of you attacking HG, he brings up some valid points, and we do have to contend with that in the conservative circus, the Republican circus. They are valid, and he's also not what you would call a libtard or a Democrat. Forget what
ethnicity and culture, it's FDR, one of the most celebrated presidents on the Democrat side. You know, the one that fundamentally changed the country's economic abilities, built an entire program of massive wealth redistribution, you know, oversaw a lot of bullshit in policies, some good, some a lot bad, that turned out to be harmful and without any forethought. He made intern camps and locked up people for just being Asian. That's kind of the stance on it. When you go further back and look at other historical presidents, you know, the Trail of Tears, the founding of the Democrat Party, Andrew Jackson, that was kind of bathed in blood. You know, you can fast forward to today, Clinton, the policy that you despise so much was actually cheered on, championed by Democrats, including St. Bill Clinton. He put it into plan right away. He wanted this power to rest with the president. Democrats afforded this policy. They did not want immigration. So when you do have Trump saying, hey, I'm building detention centers and I'm deporting people that are here illegally, okay, but that power was asked for and granted by not only Congress, but it was given to President Bill Clinton. And wielded it, Obama fucking wielded the shit out of it, and not the same smoke. But then you apply the label to Hitler to just Trump. And if your issue is that Trump's deporting people and he's sending ICE, well then you have to have smoke. Because even under Biden's term, even though he opened the floodgate in his last year, he was ramping up deportations. He was trying to show people to win an election that he was tough on the border because immigration was such a hot topic issue. He made fucking massive ways to try to show people he was tough on the border and was going and targeting people with ICE. And this hyperbole that you give that he's Hitler, and I don't know why you guys can't see it, then you literally have to say that we have been ran by Hitlers since the country's foundation. And I don't believe that. I don't think anybody believes that. I don't think anyone here is in comparison to Hitler or Pol Pot or Zing or any of the other horrific, or Stalin, any of these fucking characters in history. Trump is not murdering people. He is not fucking rounding up people and putting them in fucking camps to do labor work and fucking do that. He's deporting. And again, the infidelity of it. I mean, you would have the smoke for Pritzker, who put illegal immigrants and housed them for fucking 3 years in a warehouse in the shitty fucking district of Chicago, and who put thousands of people in there where they had asbestos and problems and mold and all of that shit, and didn't bother to actually build a facility. But you don't have that smoke. So when you come out and say he's Hitler, what are conservatives looking at? Because all we see is that you are just talking bullshit at this point and hyperbole, and you have absolutely no understanding or credence to the matter you have. If you want to talk immigration, I think we should have the nuance. But just starting with Trump as Hitler, that wins you no more. And I'm with the Trump MAGA supporters, I'm with Republicans, and I'm with conservatives. I don't think that you should be privy to the conversation. And that's how I look at it. Anybody who starts with Trump as Hitler, I immediately dismiss.
Hey, bro, the problem with what you just did was, like, you narrowed everything I said down. I said he's attacking universities, he's attacking law firms. I gave a whole list of the things he's doing, and you narrowed down to immigration and try to give a parallel from other presidents, and ignored all those other things. Like, because if he was just doing the immigration thing, then of course he's not Hitler. But when you add the other things he's doing, going after the media, the judges, basically sidelining Congress, let's be for real. And you say he's not rounding up people, he's about to. What do you think he's getting $45 billion for detention centers for? Because he's gonna round people up. It's not me making this up, it's him doing it. And then, like I said, everyone agreed that Project 2025 was a problem. Everybody say it's not his thing, but now he's doing it. Y'all don't want to address the fact that he's doing it. And everybody thought it was a problem, but now he's doing it, now it's okay somehow.
So Project 2025, Trump had his own thing. It was Trump 45, or whatever, 47. He had his own agenda, and he laid it out there. And Project 2025, if you actually read it, has some good ideas. I talk about universities. We're aware of private presidents doing this and manipulating universities, utilizing funds, weaponizing funds for each of those. We could go through that list. And there's been a historic problem with colleges getting guaranteed funding for students so they can increase their tuition costs, their education costs, even though they're offering subpar education on many of these, quote, universities that everybody is so concerned with. You're not worried about the quality of education. You're more worried about the fact of the real world. You're more or less imposing your ideals upon these young minds who need to go out into the United States and make it better. No. Instead of growing rocket scientists, doctors, lawyers, etc., we're growing political activists and Instagram models. And then we have to import people from other nations to actually fill the gaps in which we needed staff and the fucking arts. Like we're having to import people to do this. So yes, there's criticism there. I could have gone down that list. What else did you say? The Project 2025. I think we covered that. That one's been put to bed. And there's plenty of foundations that exist around DC that have printed up pamphlets to say, here's what Democrats have. The Democrat playbook right now that's being orchestrated about gerrymandering. It is another example of like every side has action-packed committees that are freaking putting forth pamphlets to go ahead and say this is the plan we should have. Democrats had it with I'm with her campaign during Hillary's campaign. It's no different. And so again, your articulation of the argument and not really getting down to the substance, it's just high level. I'm not coming at you a certain way. I'm just saying there's no room for you and I to have a discussion on the nuance of the policy because you immediately started with Hitler. He's rounding up people. He's giving funding for immigrant colleges are under attack. And what else was it? The 2025. That's it. Those are the three arguments. None of that really finds any nuance. And you say it's Hitler.
How did I start with Hitler? When I started getting the conversation, it was already about him compared to Hitler. I didn't start with Hitler. I just reinforced the argument. So don't say I started with Hitler, therefore we can't have a conversation. That's not what I started. I started with the conversation.
I can have a conversation with you. Do you believe that there is a problem that needs to be addressed and resolved within our universities and the possible bias within the universities and how best to correct it? Do you think that's a problem, or do you think the universities are doing it absolutely right and everybody should just leave them alone and let them do what they've been doing? Where do you stand on that?
I think in a free society, a capitalistic society, I think universities have the right to hire who they want to hire. Like if you think it should be more right-wing university professors, then they should go apply for the job. I mean, I'm kind of confused how the right feel like they want to dictate, regulate universities somehow. They're against regulations in any other form. They all are free market capitalism, all that, but now they want to tell a university what to do because they hired some professors who they disagree with. That's kind of crazy.
Okay, so I think what you just said is there's not a problem with the universities and we should just leave them alone and let them do what they've been doing. With no corrective action necessary, no criticism necessary, just let the universities be the universities, right?
You can definitely criticize. Nothing you can criticize. You can try to get more people hired there. You know what I'm saying? You can protest. You know what I'm saying? But to make it like it's a government issue when Trump should be intervening and talking about taking university endowments and crazy shit like that. No, that should not be going on at all.
So, Nancy, can I jump in this real quick? So that's where you're going to lose the argument because again, Trump's taking back federal taxpayer money because again, if a college is going to preach one way and forcing ideals onto a multiple mind and only that way, and not really educate them for the world, not really provide anything of substance outside of underwater basket weaving degrees, then I don't want my tax dollars going to it. I think a whole plethora of people are like, no, we're not going to fund this. And quite frankly, I think colleges have been funded too hard. They rely on endowments, they rely on grants, they rely on subsidies, they rely on state, county, and federal fucking money from taxpayers in order to exist. Meanwhile, they balloon their tuition to a substandard and biased in one way or another. They don't really articulate true history. They don't really articulate anything there, and they're not really like something that I think is going to benefit society because the professor had some collab or get some kickback or wrote the fucking book themselves. So now they get to charge the kid $1,000 for the books. So yeah, I can critique the system. If you're taking tax dollars, federal tax dollars, and tax money to a university, it is no longer private. It is no longer an ability for people to say, hey, well, we shouldn't. And all Trump did was say, hey, I'm going to end your federal siphon from the government, and now you have to exist on your own. And now all of a sudden, it's a big deal. So if these colleges are so great, there's nothing to worry about. Why are they so dependent on me as a taxpayer when I don't agree with what they're teaching? They're not producing the best product. Why would I even fucking invest in that?
Hey, Brian, the point you just made, because you say because they got federal dollars and no longer private, that means nobody's private, because everybody's getting some federal dollars somehow. To tell that to the banks and the auto companies, they're no longer private because they're getting bailed out by the taxpayers. Tell that to the farmers. Tell that to the poor people. You're no longer independent no more. You get welfare, so therefore the government owns you now. Like, come on, be for real. Be for real.
Wait, is every student loan that's applied for backed by the U.S. government? Every student that goes to college and they apply for it, do I, as a taxpayer, along with millions of others and everyone in this room, now on the hook to back that child? Again, it doesn't matter. Like at the end, I have a right then. My tax dollars are going to pay for colleges. They're guaranteeing the money. They're giving the money to the colleges. The kids end up in debt. They're backing the loans. Personally, I think in order to collapse the system, shit, I wouldn't even send my kid to an Ivy League school. I wouldn't send my kid to one of these top-tier schools because, quite frankly, the return value on most of these colleges, if you actually start researching, the return for money spent doesn't show up in a lot of these schools that are getting massive fucking program dollars and they're getting back. So, again, right here, if you want to make college completely free market where they have to compete with each other, then fine. I'm with you. You can have a left-leaning school. You can have a conservative school. You can have a Marxist school. Have whatever fucking school you want to. But the minute you start asking for taxpayer money in multiple ways, then all of a sudden I get to critique what's being spent with my money.
I want to say something complimentary, if I can. We went from Kima was, for lack of everything, he had a long, high-level list of everything that Trump has done wrong or is doing wrong in Kima's view. And I'm not accusing you of Trump derangement syndrome, but it sure echoed what we generally think of. But look what happened. We got off of this big, high-level, everything he's doing is wrong, and I just heard a pretty good back and forth about education, where Hakima and Brad had a conversation about education. They disagreed with each other, but at least we got down to something of substance rather than this high-level, arm-waving, screaming and yelling about everything Trump does is deranged, wrong, etc. When we get down to the specifics, then we start to have a much better conversation rather than, Trump is whatever. So, well done for having a good conversation, coming off the high-level argument that everything Trump does is wrong and blah, blah, blah. So I think that's a little bit of progress. And so thank you, Hakima and Brad, for doing that.
Aye, sir.
I certainly didn't mean to shut down the conversation in the room by giving two guys a well done for having a reasonable conversation.
The longer you talk about Trump derangement syndrome, the more deranged it will get. You know, it's basically polarization, fixation, and duration. It's like creating a candle and the moths just go to the flame. And a lot of the content creators on this app will run TDS rooms for hours, weeks, months, years. It's what they personally get their dopamine from. It's my opinion. It's called TDS.
Well, if that's true and that's the way it works, then why wouldn't we create an awareness campaign and an acronym and bring attention and wave our arms to something that would matter? Something like the number 37 trillion, for example.
That's more accurately described as ADS. That's American derangement syndrome. So that's called ADS. But I like to call liberal, democrat, socialist, populist. That's another acronym I came up with. Liberal, democrat, socialist, populist. That's LDSP. LDSP. Liberal, democrat, socialist, populist. I'm describing words that I hear in politically correct. I have heard that term repeated over and over and over again. Liberal, democrat, socialist, populist.
I would jump from that. It's also Latter-day Saints.
One of the things I'm loving about these rooms is how when we throw a poll up, how balanced they are. I think every poll that we've done, we found, whether it's three choices, they'll have the equal representation typically on the three options. Here we have two options, and the vote is completely split. I think that this is proving to create a space, and the dialogue between Akima and Brad is a good example of it, where people can be heard that completely disagree with each other, and so give everybody a pat on the back, because the Rational Discussion Group was formed out of the lack of this type of conversation, and so finally we've got a space where people can come together, where they have these disagreements, and they can talk about them as adults. And we leave the chat open so people can participate there as well. We would never ask people to download Facebook in order to participate in chat. Thank you.
I love your effort, Roger, with the chat. I think you need to keep it up. I think eventually it'll start resonating with people. But I don't think it's going to happen this term. But in terms of like the Trump language, I mean, right now we're in the midst of an optic culture war. That's the best I can see. There's a lot of people that want to stick to their side of the fence and think there's a better way forward. Maybe. I disagree with it. I think Trump has authoritarian tendencies, and he will tap into those. But to be fair to the guy, he's utilizing powers that were given to him by Congress. So every time I hear something that is not liked, I have a case in history. I have an exact point, a very similar situation. And I mean, I think we should bring in people who have been in this situation. I don't know if you guys know her. Maybe you can bring her back. But, across three administrations, these decisions are being made. But what I don't understand is that when these decisions were done under Biden or Obama or Bush or Clinton or Reagan, nobody has that same smoke. I don't think FDR is a great president. I would never think that. A, he ushered in the nuclear bomb age. B, he turned people. C, he was all for segregation. In fact, his opposition to the park system was to make sure that there was segregated facilities for whites and black people and other races. He wanted that. It was a Republican by the name of Hickey that said, go fuck yourself. You won't get another fucking dime if you don't approve the way we want to go ahead. Which is why you don't have segregation in the national park system. It never existed. So, FDR has never been somebody I looked at. He financially put us on an economic downward trend. He got lucky in the war, because the war, World War II, is actually what boosted our freaking economy and basically destroying half of the world so that they couldn't compete with us. If Democrats really want to go down this pathway of how Trump is destroying it, why not call out the shit that it's actually done? We've had a president drone strike an American citizen without due process. That has existed. And nobody talks about that shit. We just got through a pandemic where we interred elderly people in nursing home saying, hey, here's a neat way to save Social Security. We'll just throw infected people in there with them. Like, we've had that happen and no accountability for that. And no one wants to talk about it, but it goes right to January 6th. I can promise you everything will circle back to January 6th because that was the most pivotal moment in our country's history.
So wait, you don't think that the drone strike on that American Islamic Jihadist trader was inappropriate?
100% against it. That American was not afforded due process of rights. An American citizen is a U.S. citizen. And I have an issue when we violate American citizens and we put other political ideals ahead of it. I'm pissed off that we are prioritizing illegal immigrants above situations that exist currently in this country with homelessness. Like, as a start, how about diagnosis, overdoses? We're prioritizing everything else but our own people. Trump is right on this one, John. It should be America first. It should be Americans first. That's who it should be. I'm happy with all of you people in other nations. Hats off to you. Be proud of your nation. But I stand for the red, white, and blue with the 50 stars and the 13 stripes. And I love absolutely everything about this country, from the diverse people to the cultures to the land to from coast to coast. And I've traveled a good chunk of this. And it is one of the most beautiful and diverse places you can find on the planet. And I'm telling you what, I'm for this country succeeding for the next 10,000 years ahead of everybody else. And the rest of you, either hitch your wagons to the back or go your separate ways. And I wish you the best of luck. But I want my nation to succeed, and I want all my Americans to succeed.
Yeah, Brent, to that point, that's one thing about these PBS folks. It's really strange. When you say America first, they get triggered. They have, I couldn't quite wrap my head. Well, I've long understood the term bleeding heart liberal, but it truly made sense when I started seeing liberals crying and falling out over the immigration issue. And when we saw politicians just recently, don't get my board, judges being arrested for trying to harbor politicians in their home, getting arrested trying to infiltrate, ICE detention centers. You haven't seen liberal leaders go this hard for their own citizens, but they are crying and falling out over non-Americans, and they seem to have an issue with Americans putting America first. That needs to be a case study on that.
The problem is, like, Trump.
Wait, excuse me, you broke up. What'd you say?
I think the problem is, like, Trump say America first, but then his actions don't show America first. What he's doing is not putting America first. Even when he bombed Iran, some people may agree with it, but that wasn't America first at all. So, it's like what he's doing is not America first. Like going after the media, the universities, the judges, like, as if his opinion matters most. Like, what he says goes. Like same thing like what's going on in D.C. now. He want to put the National Guard there because crime is out of control, but the numbers don't say that. But because he says so. That's that authoritarian in him, like, because what he said. When we talk about spending money, he's like, I gave this person that money. He act like this money is his money to give. Like, he literally act like he's a fucking king or something. And he's not. But people are letting him get away with it. And he very well, maybe very soon.
But my thing is this, though, I'll say quickly. We've already survived 4 years of Trump. So, what? And this is not directed towards you, Hakeem, but if you want to respond, you can. We've already survived 4 years of Trump, and literally we survived. America didn't fall, right? Trump's policies during his first term did not destroy America, did not destroy the economy, and it really, if I dare say, did not topsy-turvy the lives of the average American. So what do we think is going to be so different about this term? I mean, do we really think that by the time he leaves the White House, America will no longer exist? Because I don't. And for the record, I also don't think, because a lot of liberals, black liberals especially, are under this impression that according to Project 2025, he's going to come and round us all up and put us in detention centers and ship us off to Nigeria, et cetera, et cetera. I wish we could put to bed that talking point as well, because that's not going to happen.
I can probably say what's not going to happen. I'm not saying that he said what you just said, but to say what's not going to happen is crazy when he positioned himself to do a lot of shit. Like he's positioned, he's right in a position to take this a lot of different directions. So to say that what's not going to happen is like, it's kind of tough on my ears to really say what's not going to happen. Like, if he's nothing else, he's unpredictable. If he has shown nothing else, he's shown that he's willing to push the Constitution to its limits.
I'll say this quickly, Hakima, and I feel very confident in my last point that Black Americans are not going to be rounded up and shipped out of the country or put in alligator Alcatraz. I feel confident in that. And if you feel like that is a possibility, then maybe we need to unpack that a little bit more separately in another room, because I'm curious to know your position on that. Thank you.
I didn't say that was particularly going to happen, shipped out the country like that, but he definitely making a play to round up black people. Like he said it, and not in Project 2025, but Agenda 47, he said it. He talked about rounding up the gang members. I know who you are. We're going to come round you up. He literally said it out of his own mouth. But so to say what he not the deportation part, but rounding them up. There was no particular crime, but he definitely said it.
We got, as I look at the stage, I only see Hakima XG, who have very, very strong, almost universal negative opinions of Trump. But I'm still going to ask this question in the room. Name one thing for any progressives. Name one thing that you think Trump has done right in the last 6 months.
Education.
Okay, how about XG or Hakima? Hakima, can you pick anything, any single
Give me
thing?
1 second. Like a minute.
So you said one good thing Trump's done?
Yeah. Say it positive. I mean, try to be positive. Yeah, Trump got this one right. Can you suggest one thing, XG?
I'd have to think for a minute.
Okay, I'm not a progressive. I thought it was absolutely great when he strategically got those bombs in a big jet and didn't even set off the alarms and hit that nuclear site. I mean, what a big move.
Why don't you come back on Black Friday? I said, do I have to be black to get the discount? He jolted on the spot.
He's not playing
In my face, he thought
those
serious.
people have got an
I said, I am serious.
I liked that.
He says, you've never shopped on Black Friday, have you?
I
I
liked
said,
it.
no. I don't want to get robbed.
It was something he did, like
Why aren't you crying?
closing the border.
What the fuck?
I'm calling for it. I'm perfectly fine with him stopping people from
Typical,
coming on the border.
typical Karen story.
I have no problem. I have, but like besides that, I can't think of anything else I agree with.
Okay, but that I really want to hear somebody say that was wrong as well. But I haven't heard that yet. You want to put anything out there, XG?
I don't mind no building
would agree with the statement that there is not a single thing that Trump has done in the last 6 months that you agree with, right? Okay.
At least that I know of or am aware of.
Okay, all right, okay.
Wait, this is going to be tongue-in-cheek, XG, but not even when it's expansive into the market system to kind of control it. There's a little tongue-in-cheek in there. You got to be happy with that.
No, the only reason I would say no is because, well, I get what you're trying to get at there. He's doing it for the benefit of other large corporations too, so it doesn't really help out what I want to attack on that up front. But yeah, I wouldn't agree with that either. Just, I mean, if you're gonna have all those monopolies compete, just let them compete.
For all you conservatives in the room, name one thing that you really agree with that Biden did in the last 4 years.
I agree with the expansion of the national park system. I agree with setting aside things. I did not agree with the Willow Project, but I was happily assuming with the 13 million acres that Biden had proposed to set aside. I was really happy with his Secretary of the Interior, the first Native American woman put on, and her first action was to challenge the water distribution among 7 states out of the Colorado River, with LA and California taking the highest proportions of that. I agreed with her fundamental stance. And
okay, that's more than one, but we've got one conservative that says,
Kamala Harris, so that Trump was guaranteed to win office. Thank you.
I thought his infrastructure deal was pretty good.
I agree with that. I like the idea of the infrastructure bill. I just did not like that particular infrastructure bill and how it is going to work and how the funding mechanisms in there, there's no checks and balances. It's just basically giving out free money without any accountability under a lot of projects.
Okay, Joe B, Scarlett, David, anything Biden did that you think was right?
No.
I did like the Build Back Better bill. I agree with China. We're so far behind in many things, and we need to help support that. I think giving some money to the states and the way it was politically spent, that was a bad idea. So obviously, lots of times with the Biden administration, there are strings attached. I agree, political strings that need to be attached to his money, and that hurts the progress. I like what he tried to do with the Middle East in the beginning. He did show support for Israel. I think we do a lot of things that show support, but also hamstring some of our partners, and that's true in Ukraine, and was true in his support for Israel. But he did some politically strong things there.
I would add to the list that I think Biden was making the right moves to try to establish American supremacy, super chip production, AI, etc. I think he was heading in the right direction, and I believe we're continuing in that direction with Trump.
I'm glad he kept some tariffs on. I mean, he kept Trump's tariffs on certain Chinese products that could be dumped here. That, whether we like it or not.
And we are warned. I feel like we expect a declaration of independence. Many of the 13 colonies and the money is very happy. I asked the South Carolina to the Massachusetts and Virginia may be at war, but South Carolina is not. This is not a war for the independence of one or two colonies, but for the independence of one nation. What nation is that? An American nation. There is no such nation in a speakable history. We are citizens of an American nation. Our rights are being threatened by a tyrant 3,000 miles away. Would you tell me, please, Mr. Howard, why should I trade one tyrant 3,000 miles away for 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away?
The last 6 months, the fact that you put it in such a small window that they get 4 years to find it to advise when you get to 6 months. I don't think that's proof of non-BDS. It's just proof
3.5 years.
It's a politically strong thing, sir.
So can we go back to the first 4 years then, actually, of Trump? Do you want to do the comparison of the first 4 years?
Yeah, I would say that TCJA wasn't a bad idea. He just had no incentivization for businesses to actually reinvest into their business and their employees rather than just doing stock buybacks and laying people off, which is what happened. Had that actually been an incentive, like there's a lot of ideas that he's had that have been good ideas, but the way he implements them never has an incentive for the said idea to happen. Like, for example, opportunity zones, those were quote unquote great, but there was no incentive to invest in there at all inside the opportunity zones, and they ended up getting gentrified, and now we're all shit. The opportunity zones don't exist anymore. They're all trash. Like, for example, there's a lot of those ideas that I probably would have been in favor of, absolutely. But the way that it's implemented, there's never a, I guess, stipulation in there to get the bill or his new implementation of the law to get to fruition of what he actually wants. TCJA ends up fucking over the middle class a lot more than we thought it was going to help us. And it still helps the richer 1% to get to where they want to be. And it would have been something I was in favor of had it not incentivized the richer to keep dousing their pockets and doing stock buybacks, and had it incentivized people to actually hire more people or to create more jobs, which is what it was supposed to do, quote unquote. But we saw JP Morgan Chase, we saw Harley Davidson, and a string of other people just do a fuck ton of layoffs and do stock buybacks instead. So there's policies that I would have agreed with if implemented correctly with the correct incentives for it to do what it wanted to do. But unfortunately, a lot of the implementation leads out to just the rich getting richer, which is something that I don't like.
Would you rather he devise policies that prevent rich people from getting richer? Is that what you're implying?
No, what I'm implying is that I'd rather him focus on the majority of America, which is the middle class, and not just his cronies and friends that are in the 1%.
Okay, so maneuver or craft laws that specifically target certain pay bands or pay ranges or income or wealth ranges at the expense of the other two.
It doesn't have to be at their expense. It doesn't have to be at their expense first. And second, it's even more hilarious that you say that because the middle class has been at the expense of the wealthy the entire time. So I don't really find it as a talking point.
So what I'm saying is if he's designing strategies and tax laws and carve-outs and provisions and benefit programs and things like that, and they're narrowly or exclusively offered or targeted towards, let's say, the middle class, whatever wealth or income you want to list, then by definition that comes at the expense of the other two groups because they are excluded from that. So is that your goal?
Does it come at my cost, the fact that I'm not able to get free lunch at school because I make more than enough to pay for my own food? No. It just helps the person that can't afford their lunch at school. It's not that difficult to understand. Like, just because some people are getting a
I understand. I just want you to be clear and consistent that if you're saying only the middle class can benefit with his tax policies or other provisions, laws, then by definition that excludes and comes at the expense of the other two groups.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're going to put out a tax law to benefit people, don't have it just benefit the rich, because at the moment we have it at the exclusion of the middle class, fucking them over while we have the rich getting richer. So again, my main point is if you're going to put a tax law to benefit people or to incentivize people to do X, Y, and Z, have it be targeted towards the middle class majority, because that's the majority of what our population is made of. Not people that are loaded with millions of dollars in their pocket. It's people that have maybe 100,000 or less inside of their pocket, which is the majority of what America's at right now. So unfortunately, when it comes to tax policy or how I want things to go on there, sure, have the benefits for the upper class. I have no problem with that. Just make sure the middle class are getting equal or the same benefits, and don't screw them over in the process to get the upper class those benefits.
Okay, so you're not against wealthy people getting richer. You just don't want it to come at the explicit expense of the middle and lower economic classes.
Correct. If you want to have your wealthy friends get richer, have it happen. Go for it. But if it's affecting the middle class or not helping, or you're only focused on helping them get richer rather than focused on all of us or the majority of America, which is the middle class, getting richer, then that's a problem.
So then you'd be in favor of a flat tax?
No.
Let me pop in here. I thought that he took tax off of Social
overtime, and what was the other one? Overtime, Social Security, and tips. So that is directed towards the middle class, I would think. Since the only middle class people worried about whether their Social Security is being taxed would be the middle class.
I ask a quick question. Is it possible for the rich and the middle class to increase wealth at the same time? I really don't think so.
It seems like it's not.
No, it's impossible. Like, how can it? The wealth got to come from somewhere. Unless the government got to feed both. But other than that,
That's a flawed understanding of economics. You can absolutely have all people increasing in wealth. They would just do it at different rates. So if I'm a millionaire and I'm investing, let's say, $100,000 at 5% interest, somebody who's making $10,000 a year, you can only invest $1,000. They're going to have, a much smaller amount, but they're still increasing in wealth. So the rate, applies differently to people who have different amounts of capital or investment, opportunities. So just because the wealthy get wealthier doesn't mean necessarily that it comes at the expense of the middle or lower class.
It has to. Like, where else is it coming from? Same way. Like,
it's coming from the pie getting bigger. It comes from the pie getting bigger.
What happened? The pie is getting bigger from where? Like where is the influence of money coming from?
It's this new idea called wealth creation. It's this new development called wealth creation that we just invented like 6 months ago when Trump came in office. Wealth creation was never a thing until Trump came in office, but he invented wealth creation. And so maybe you haven't heard of it yet.
Now we got TDS now. That's TDS.
I'm confused by the argument. Did you say where is the money coming from?
I mean, he's saying that the middle class and the rich can both gain wealth at the same time. Like if so, where is the money coming from? The poor? Like where? How's that a thing? Like they definitely understand.
Okay, so who sets the rates in the country?
The Federal Reserve. Like who
advises the government to print more money whenever they need it?
Oh, I mean, you can ask somebody. You can ask me 1,000 questions. You can ask.
But you asked where these were coming from. I'm going to tell you. The Federal Reserve determines which classes are going to have access to whatever and how their money is going to be spent. And Congress just borrows and prints money and passes it out amongst the people. There you go. You have your wealth creation.
You just made some shit up. Like that just made some up, right?
I think you're thinking in terms of the previous economic model before market-based economies. You're thinking of like a feudal economy where if you're a king in one kingdom and I'm a king in an adjacent kingdom, I have X amount of silver and gold, you have X amount of silver and gold. The only way I get richer is by plundering and stealing your portion of wealth and assets. That changed when we moved into a market-based economy where wealth is created when human potential and capacity to produce goods and services are unleashed. So you're thinking that the pie is static and that when someone gains, another person loses. And that's fundamentally with the times, man.
What is going on here? Am I being gassed? Are you really acting like for centuries? I don't know.
Well, just this notion that if rich people get richer, then someone has to lose or get poorer is fundamentally wrong. That's a centuries-old idea. That's not the case in market-based economies.
That's been happening. What are you talking about?
Hey, Kima, do you think that we're all in the same boat if you're an American?
What kind of question that is? Can you please
Well, it implies that technically we're all in the same house or we're all in the same room at the present moment. But when I say the house, it's like saying a boat, meaning that the way the golden rule is treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. You're all on the same crew. Americans are all on the same cruise ship. And so the point is, if we want everybody to have as much as possible, or I guess you could call it like a utilitarian economic principle or something, freedom, liberty, and optimization, and basically government intervention, government borrowing, government spending is what is ultimately keeping incomes down, and standard of living's down. It's the failure to optimize government intervention, government spending. It's $2 trillion over the $5 trillion we collect in annual revenue. That's one of the biggest problems. It's economic intervention on behalf of your government, which is your congressperson and your senator, and the Federal Reserve printing up the money, using all the banks to do it. So I'm just wondering, are we in the same house, on the same boat? I mean,
No, we're not. It's like some people in the big fancy houses, the rest of us, the 90 middle class to the poor is inside of another folks. Less fancy people, way less fancy people. So we're definitely not in the same boat as Americans.
I think maybe he means, are we in the same economic system? Like, are you in a communist system in Detroit and I'm in a capitalist system in New York City, right? We're in America. We're in a market-based economy, regardless of the state, regardless of your skin color, regardless of your age, gender, religion. You're in a system that provides that opportunity to trade value for value with whomever you choose.
That system favors one group over another. Y'all got it. I'm not. I'll be able to say that. Y'all got it.
So a system that favors one group over another, in your opinion, is the white structural, white supremacist system that favors white people, correct? That's what you are saying.
No, I never said that. I never said race. I said the 1%. Now you can tell me who the 1% is, but I never put it to race. I said the rest of us. I said the 99%. I put everybody in one group. I never made this about race. I said the rich is one group, the middle class and the poor is another group. I think every race fits in the middle class and the poor. I don't know why you want to zero it down like I'm talking about white supremacy. I never.
All right, I just wanted to confirm. I hear you. I hear you.
I never said nothing close to that.
I just wanted to confirm what group you were talking about.
I said the 99%. I said the rich and the middle class and the poor. I said that like 3 minutes ago. I literally said that those are the two groups.
So you think the billionaire class are rigging the system to benefit themselves and continue to skim as much as possible off of the U.S. debt?
Oh yeah, you should have framed the system.
Look, I just want to compliment everyone. I thought that this has been a spirited conversation. We've got about 13 minutes left for this room, and I want to make sure that we have ample time for final thoughts here. So does anyone want to start initiating the final thoughts? Try to reserve the last couple of minutes to get, I want to hear Anson's thoughts. Hopefully he's heard some stuff that he's got some commentary on. But any final thoughts over these next few minutes?
Yeah, I have to just go ahead, Brett.
Oh, I was just going to thank, and I think XG should be an attorney. He's an excellent one. That's my final thought for the day, and I appreciated him tackling a lot of issues that I had today. But in terms of this room, again, I think we could bridge the aisle. I think there's a multitude of people and personalities here and belief systems, and I think you can bridge. It's just once you get the Hitler out of the way, then you can start talking about certain trade policies, certain other aspects, and that's where this conversation should go. But that's what I stated earlier. There's only a few people who can have this conversation. If you had 100 people on stage, this wouldn't go that way. It would literally come down to Trump's racist Hitler, and everybody else who doesn't agree with that is evil.
My final thought is this, and I'm going to make it quick. Akima, I'm not targeting you at all. You know, I have the utmost respect for you. But I just want to say for those listening, Akima said Trump said that he's going to round up the criminals, the black criminals, and ship them out. And Akima, I'm not sure what's a bad thing. These are the people that hurt our community. All right, and I think any family any parent and families that
upstanding, positive, clean, safe community does not want to raise their children in a society full of drug dealers and criminals. So deporting criminals is not, so no, I mean, you say criminals, and I'm talking black people. Black people are not criminals. The black community is not riddled with crime across the U.S. So my final thoughts on it is just, we have to be careful when we say these things. You know, Trump is going to deport blacks when you actually claim he said Trump is going to get rid of the criminals and the gangs. And I think many upstanding citizens in the black community wouldn't have a problem with that. That's my final thoughts. Thank you.
You know, I have listened to many of these TDS rooms on X Spaces and on Clownhouse, and it's not just polarization or fascination, like target fascination with Trump. It's the vulgarity, the profanity, the extremism, the anarchy in the communication that I hear, which causes me concern. It's really American derangement syndrome. It's American hate. And I hear it nonstop in other rooms. And you can call it TDS, but that's the politic. It's the insanity of what surrounds the Trump derangement syndrome that you hear in context to Trump. And to me, it's toxic communication. But if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, you can view almost 100 Clownhouse rooms of TDS, of extreme TDS, as well as international Islamic jihadist terrorist planning. But that's on John Kitover on Instagram. I recorded that because Instagram no longer allows you to live stream unless you have 1,000 followers. So that account was allowing me to live stream. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to spend this whole week recording as much Clownhouse as I can, because I know that I will no longer be able to live stream it onto Instagram. And I did. And Instagram, John Kitover, you will be surprised at the insane anti-American derangement syndrome, vulgarity, hate speech, racism, absolute toxicity, and even the comments that I get on my live stream YouTube as I read them. For example, somebody named Pete French wrote that this is a PDF party. You can fill in the blanks. And then he also wrote, Magats F children. So I have heard people like Scotty on this app say that the Magats are trying to kill you every day in every single way. Type speech like that, like extreme derangement syndrome. And to me, it's hate speech and it's toxic, but I'm glad to record it because a lot of these people are not in replay rooms and they want to spew their toxic venom as much as possible in the shadows. But, you know, I am so happy that I have the opportunity through Clubhouse Anonymous to record their extreme hate speech, you know, spaces. I'm John Kitover. That's my opinion, not complete.
Felix, we were getting final thoughts since you just joined the room. Would love to get your take, and then we're going to kick it over to Anson to close things up. But Felix, what do you think about the title, the poem, or what you just heard?
I think that the people on Clubhouse are usually sick, diseased, and mentally ill, and so the hatred you hear on Clubhouse does not represent the majority of Americans. Done speaking.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get final thoughts from Anson. Anson, let's close it down here.
I want to begin with an apology to XG. I intervened, asked him to stop cussing, but fuck, we all cuss from time to time, I guess, right? So keep it to a minimum. When I sorted through the bombast, I started to hear some things that lend themselves to a great conversation. So, but more to the entire room, let's stop the name calling, whether it's TDS or whatever it is. If we can get past the name calling, then we can have an experience that I mentioned in the middle of the room, where once we got past the name calling, Hakima and Brad had a legitimate conversation
That was glorious. Hey, tomorrow I will not be able to participate in this room. I don't know what you guys want to do about that. I'm going to be racing Lamborghinis tomorrow down at the track in Portland. So I will not be able to participate tomorrow. You guys let me know what you want to do.
I will, I figured out how to open the room, so I can do that. I'll go ahead and I'll pick a topic for tomorrow. Well, I think maybe I may have to, I'm not sure I know how to put a topic up there, but I'll
let me know if you need help on that side of the fence, but I'm just letting everyone know I won't be there. But yeah, let's get the topic and keep the thing running. I think the consistency is really important. Get these rooms going 5 days a week at the same time. We'll get really good faith actors to come in here and have good conversations. And if you have topic ideas, please back channel them to me or to Anson or to Moose, who is Moose here. Moose is not here, but sometimes Moose, when he participates, is also moderated. We want to have a balanced discussion. We want people across the political spectrum to come here and feel welcome to share their thoughts. Because the way we're going to improve things is by listening to each other and sharing what's on our mind and being able to pressure test our ideas. So I've got nothing else to add. Anson, have fun tomorrow with the room, and I'll see you again